crowd was jumping, singing songs and dancing through the night. I didn't think that I would ever see your face again, but I was wrong. I can't believe we're dancing in the street. All I ever wanted was to get close to you. Now I'm burning in your atmosphere. I can't feel my feet while we're dancing in the street. Let me out. I want the music to repeat all through the night.
Do 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 boop boop boo do 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 boop boop boo do 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 Is this working? Victoria's nodding. Jen, we don't hear anybody. We do hear. We don't hear. We hear you.
We hear you. We don't see you.
Oh.
We just see the office. Yeah, we can't see the video.
So you didn't see the video?
No, you didn't see the video. We just heard him singing the song.
But you didn't see it?
No, we don't see you either.
How about that?
Nope. All I see is the Y-Files office background, digital background.
All right. Let me see.
Okay. Jackie Shalafo, hello from California. Hi. Let's see. Target Forge. This is Jen. AJ's now invisible. That's right. Telephone wire looks like a bloodhound. It does look like a bloodhound. Oh, that's funny. Once you see it, you're not going to be able to unsee it. Okay, now I see a big Well, okay, that's gone. Steve Brooks, hello from Perth, Australia. Hello. Okay.
Are you seeing standby?
No.
God damn it.
Jedi Knight says to disengage your cloaking device. Auntie Janine, hello. How are you? She just said hi on the stream. Farming since, yeah, Crabcat may have broken it. Okay.
Absolutely.
You got me or no?
Nope.
No?
Nope.
It looks like there's some weird artifact in the picture that, like, looks like it maybe it was trying to see you, but it doesn't now. It still doesn't. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
All right, I'll see if I can fix it.
Okay. We'll read some comments while he's doing tech support. Auntie Janine says shadow people. Don't say that. That's scary. Very scary. Fix the stream. My ears are bleeding.
From the music.
Oh, is my audio like too hot?
No, it's fine. I think he meant the music. Hold on.
I didn't even have my mic all the way
Oh,
over.
that's way better.
Yeah, it was like way over there.
Let's see, let's just pull Gino up here too, because why not? If we
Why
have to sit up
not? Hey,
here, then
Gino.
we should make him sit up here too.
Hi, I'm trying to figure out my audio. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're perfect.
Okay, great.
They have this hair in the back that wants to like, well, what am I talking about? It all wants to stick out at this point. Let's see. Jonathan says, how nice. AJ's not there to cut them all off.
I know. We can stay.
Yay, we get to stay. Woohoo. Ghost Hunter, hi. Hi to you guys. Hi, Ray. Hi, John Silver. Thomas Miller, everyone else is here because we're not in the same studio as AJ. That's why. So, yeah. Somebody said professional as always. That's right. That's right.
Somebody said AJ stopped filming with the potato.
Hi, Cuddly Choya. Yeah, so tonight we hit our record on the live premiere. We had 32,067 people watching.
Yeah.
And we beat our record by like 4,000, which is amazing. Super exciting. So thank you all. Very exciting. Gino, did you see your Auntie Janine commenting?
Oh, I did. The comments are going so fast. I don't know how you could catch it.
They're going so, and I have it set like it's on slow mode and you have to be a subscriber. It's pretty crazy. So I don't know.
Do I have to enable slow mode?
No, that's just, I enabled it on the back end. So this is just.
And it's still that fast. Hey, a lot of people are
fast,
talking. Yes.
Izzy's saying she can't hear me. I don't know, Izzy, why you can't hear me because they're responding. So some people could hear me. Taylor Collins, I'm sorry. I wish that you could get those 10 minutes back too, but
Jeez.
it is what it is. So, you know.
I mean, now's your chance. Pitch some ideas. You got the whole team here.
Right?
Anything?
All right, stand by.
It's on standby now.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Yes. Because it
'Cause
wasn't
now we
like that
Because
before.
we're trying to kick it off right.
Yes.
Do do. Do 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 boop boop boo do do. Do 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 boop boop boo do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
Now is it working? All right, got the thumbs up. But they do keep you warm. Hey, I think we broke the record for live premiere tonight. I needed that. Very stressful week. That's why they put those mugs up for $50. $50 mugs. $50 mugs.
$100 and $250.
Oh my God.
They're just supporter mugs. Today's video is already ranked as 1 of 10. So we're getting, you know how on YouTube Studio it shows you the stars, like you get like the party stuff when the video is doing that well. So we were, never mind.
It's a
We're
party.
getting the party stuff.
It's a party.
All right, can we talk about Jen's hair now? What's she's got it's very 80s. It's very Mary Elizabeth Mastraniano.
Okay, so I've been sick all week, and so they're saying my volume is
That's
very
your sick
low.
head. That's your sick head, sick
Is
hair.
the volume better now?
No.
Okay, hang on. Let me look
She
at my
gets
settings here.
she gets sick, and then she does an Ogilvy home perm.
I didn't do
Is
an
that what that
Ogilvy
is?
home perm. What happened is I've been sick, and so my hair was wet, and I
Wait.
just
Do they still make the Ogilvy home perm?
I doubt it.
Do you see that face she's making? That's the face.
Yeah, because I can imagine the smell from when I was.
See how that worked? What? Oh, wait. We've got what?
you keep muting my mic.
I was muting you because you were talking so much.
Anyway,
All right, let's see what's going on in the chat. Oscar D, Solar Warden combo, please. He wants to talk about Solar Warden. Okay. That's a good topic. Let me know in the chat. What do you guys think? Do you think it's real? The first of things that are definitely not real. Laura Eisenhower seems like a nice lady. She seems like a nice lady, but she's just out there. She's just, she's out there, energy and crystals and the holy feminine and all that stuff. And and every mystical, spiritual, sci-fi, every trope is wrapped up in her story. And look, I'm not saying that she's lying. I'm just saying it's a lot. Andrew Basiago is another one. You guys probably know him as the time traveler. He was the guy who was part of the Montauk experiment and was sent to Gettysburg. And there's a picture of him as a child at Gettysburg. Let me see if I can get that for you. All right, hang on. This is not a professional. Okay. All right. So first we got to get the camera wasn't working, so I'm not set up. I usually have the merch where you buy things and support the channel. There's Andrew Basiago. And there he is. Okay, can you see that? I think you can see that. So according to his story, by the way, he ran for president of a few years ago, and still, since he's a time traveler, he still says that he's going to be president sometime between now and I think he said 2028. And look, I'm rooting for him because he can't get worse. But he's probably not going to happen. So anyway, he says this is him. He says that he was sent back in time, and that's him as a child in Gettysburg. There's no way to dispute it. So I'm skeptical, of course, of his story. So Laura Eisenhower, I'm skeptical. Basiago skeptical. But the thing about Gary McKinnon is he's very believable. I listened to a bunch of his interviews. He doesn't sound like he was doing anything wasn't trying to harm anybody. I think, he's portrayed as like this hardcore hacker, right? That found all these crazy backdoors into the government, but that's not really how it worked back. When he was penetrating the government systems. He just basically used something like a remote PC anywhere, something like that, and just found the IP addresses of the government computers that were wide open, no firewalls, no nothing, and just kept trying password and blank password for the password, and eventually found a bunch that worked. And he did write a script in Perl to just query all these computers until he found a few. So it wasn't super hardcore. He just was the guy that thought to look. So I don't think he's lying. And look, I'm not even. Maybe it wasn't a UFO he saw. Maybe it was just a picture of something. But you heard him tonight. You heard Donna Hare. We've heard Carl Wolf. All these people that worked for, were involved with NASA, that say that airbrushing photos is part of their protocol. and we could prove that easily. I don't even think I need to call it the pictures, right? Where we can see pictures of like the Earth from space, and you see these cloud formations that are just copy and pasted all around the planet. And those flew under the radar for years. No one really noticed it. Eventually, someone did and asked NASA, "Hey, what's the deal with the copy paste?" And NASA's response was, "It was just to make the image more pleasing." So that was their scientific answer. Just make the image, make it a little more fun. It's too blue. All strange names: Hare, Wolf, Gary. That's I didn't even notice that, but yeah, there's very animalistic. All right, but is Solar Warden a thing? Is there a secret space program? I don't think there's any question there are secret programs, but a secret fleet, I don't think so. Mostly because any country that can do that, you could be so boastful about it. You would talk about a projection of power that if you had carriers, a fleet of carriers in orbit, you would be the baddest country on the planet. So I don't think it's that as far, but secret programs for sure. Looking at the chat, you want proof on the TR3B, aka Black Triangle? Yeah, Matt, send proof. And look, Matt says he's loved it firsthand, no matter if people believe him or not. And Matt, I'm hesitant to believe you, but I want to believe you. So if you have pictures, email them. I'd love to see those. Email them now, and we'll put them on the live stream right now. And so this is, and I'm not going to single you out, Matt. I don't mean to, but I'm going to use you as an example because I get contacted every day from people that say, "This is real. I have proof. Bigfoot is real. I have proof. Lizard people are real. The alien bases on the Black Triangle, everything's real." And then I write them back and say, "Awesome. Send me the photos and the video, and we'll do a whole thing on it." Well, I couldn't, the phone was stuck and, it was dark. There's never any evidence. So I'm not saying that's you, Matt. I'm sure that you have photos that you're going to send in right away. And then that'll be great. Carl Wolf is a quack. I don't know. He comes across as, and I'm skeptical of everyone's stories, but he came across as pretty reasonable. There are certainly plenty of people involved with disclosure that don't seem reasonable to me, but Carl was pretty reasonable. And what makes me believe him is that he died under mysterious circumstances. He was riding a bike and got hit by a car. So it's as soon as you're taken out, then I start thinking, maybe he was onto something. Yeah, they claim they added the red tint for detail. That's the ticket. Yeah, and back during the Art Bell days when Richard Hoagland would be on from Enterprise Mission, and Hoagland's big thing back this is like 20 years ago, was the face on the moon. Let me see if I can get those for you. It's just not a professional thing. Face on Mars. Yes, there's the face. This area is called Cydonia. Let's see if I can find you for those. So Hoagland was big into these things were on Mars. This was and other people talked about these, but Richard Hoagland's probably the one who brought them to the mainstream, if you can call art mainstream. So this is the face on Mars, and then later NASA released photos that says no, it was just an optical illusion. This is what that object really is. So I don't know. I guess. But it was very suspicious. But something that Hoagland brought to the show, which was very interesting, is something that you were talking about in the chat, is that the red isn't all that red. So he brought photos in that were color corrected, and they don't look fake. They color corrected for the red sky, and it showed the sky as kind of like a bluish gray, and not red everywhere. It pretty much looked like the desert. It looks with a little bit of a color change, it looks more realistic than the NASA photos. So the allegation is NASA is making them redder to make it look weirder. All right, so this is Rob who says we do have a secret fleet, and that's the whole comment. That's it. That's the nutshell. Rob, can you link me to some kind of a document? The picture you grabbed on your phone, anything, because I want to believe in the secret fleet, but what we can't believe is something that you heard from your cousin's boyfriend's aunt, because her, nephew worked on the program. That won't do. And I'm not saying that there's no secret fleet. I'm just saying I want something. And James, two can keep a secret, not the thousands of people needed for something like that. And that's a good point. Now, I do believe that a large amount of people could keep something like this a secret. Thousands might be tough. But a large number of people can, especially if you're talking about military people. Because people who have that personality, it's and you have to let me see this thought all the way through. That have the personality where the typical, and there's going to be outliers, but the typical military personality is one of truth and honor, in my opinion. So if your orders are keep this a secret because it's for if you're military, you don't even ask why. It's, keep this a secret, and sir, yes, sir. But even if you take it a little further, why keep it a secret? For national security, to protect the country, to protect our interests, to protect your family. And the response is, sir, yes, sir. And 99% of people in that capacity would follow orders. It's only when something starts to chip away at the morality of the people working the program that you'll start to have dissenters, where that person who's wired for truth and honor will follow the orders. But then when the orders start to be in conflict with truth and honor, then there's an issue. And that's where that's where you have whistleblowers. And I noticed there's very few whistleblowers that are of middle to senior rank in the military. Like Carl Wolf was not, he was in the Air Force, but he was very low. He was he basically a copy repairman. Donna Hare was a contractor. Oh, the whistleblowers, they're not that senior. So I think a large number of people could keep something like that a secret. But 40, 50 years, thousands, it definitely stretches credulity. Yes. You're waving, you'd like to speak.
I am, because here's where it doesn't pass the smell test for me, because it wouldn't just have to be the US military, because we're not the only country that's watching space. And so it would have to be a coordinated effort with the world, and nobody's saying anything. And nowadays, with our culture of get famous by putting something on the internet, I don't see how they could possibly keep it a secret.
Okay, so a couple of things. Yes, for the most part, but I'm just talking generally, that if there's a military project that's being operated and staffed by military people, a large number of them can keep it a secret. A tremendous amount. Tremendous amount.
But
so when we talk about this era of the be famous and the cameras, this is not the military mindset. It's just not how they're wired. They're wired for truth and honor, and they don't care about the cameras. And the type of people recruited into programs like this, special forces and so forth, those are the people. This is why nobody knows anything about SEAL Team 6, still. And Force Recon. Delta, still nobody acknowledges. We know Delta Force is there, but nobody can name anybody on Delta.
well, sure, but you're talking about a very small amount of people as opposed to thousands of people plus contractors that have to, people have to build the stuff. You have to have outsiders and contractors involved in some way. And where's the money coming from? Like, this can't be a cheap project. So the entire world governments, all of the world governments are involved in keeping this a secret and nobody's talking. I don't buy it. That's just my opinion.
That's her opinion. She doesn't buy it. Creepypasta compartmentalization. Not many know the full truth. That's true. And that's one way to do it. When we talk about compartments, you talk about something like, I hate to make the analogy, but if you talk about terrorist cells, are very similar to small special forces units, right? Where there is an overarching authority structure that knows the full mission, but the further down you go, the less you know, until you're operating as just a small unit, a platoon, 6, 8 guys. You just have your orders. You don't know why you're doing this. Breach the door, steal the computer, shoot that guy, do that. That's all. That's what you do. And you wake up in the morning and you do your jumping jacks, your push-ups, you go and you assassinate whoever, and then you go back and that's it. And then higher than that, now we've got commanders that oversee 100, 200 people, and they have a little bit more information and so forth, and it goes up and up and up. So compartmentalization, certainly that's a way to do it, just like JW is saying, of course. And Jen's right, with all the different countries, it'd be too hard to keep it a secret. I'm not saying I'm not making an argument for, yes, Solar Warden is real, but I'm not making that argument. My argument is people can keep secrets if it's the right people. If you're gonna go on TikTok and you're gonna hire a bunch of Gen Zers and give them state secrets, I don't recommend it. Those wouldn't be the kids I would go with. But people that are career Marines, people guys in the Army that are just out of Ranger school, guys just out of buds, those guys will keep a secret. All right, what's going on in the chat? Soapy Kiev likes the shades. Thanks. 0 Point says honesty is a crime. Sometimes. Oh, James MacArthur, Wendigo claw alert. Yeah, and on camera they look even. Yeah, when you hold them up like that, they look even scarier.
They're just, I don't know. Yeah, because my arms look super white, so now it looks even creepier. I don't know. I need a tan. But you can get your Camp Greenfoot shirt in the merch store.
She says she needs a tan, but I would start with the hair and then go from there. Casey Jones, Eisenhower family used the CIA as his personal assassination squad. Just saying. Certainly could it be true? Casey didn't link to anything, but I'd like to read that. JFK secrets are kept, and this is a very good point from Hey Bulldog. Now I call it a little bit different on this one, Bulldog, because with let's say Solar Warden, tough to keep it a secret, right? We could agree. I'm explaining how some things could be kept a secret if the right people are involved, but Solar Warden, tough to keep a secret. JFK is different because anyone involved in that goes to prison if they're lucky. It's mostly a firing squad. You conspired to assassinate a president of the United States, so you better be quiet. So someone comes forward and says, "Hey, I have information on this." The authorities will listen to your information, but then the next question is, how do you know this? Well, I heard. Okay, who'd you hear it from? Well, he should. Okay, well, we're gonna trace everybody until we get to the information, and all of y'all are going to jail. Now we've got an episode of JFK coming up that's going to be fun, and I think Lee Oswald, I think he was going to talk. I think he was going to talk. I think he was. What does he have to lose at that point, right? Cabal says NASA sits on a throne of lies. There's no question about that. Glad you like the shades. I cannot see you guys without them. Money talks, BS walks. That's true. Well, it happens, says O.J. Simpson. Moody Mongol makes a good point. You raise trustworthy people these days. You don't hire them from the public. That's true. Because those people I'm talking about who are wired for truth and honor, they didn't just emerge that way. You know, their parents taught them that, and their parents, and so forth. And this is why I think you see, military in families. Uh-oh, you depleted uranium. This is how it starts. Hack Bash, very worried about when to go hands. I understand that. Bill Cooper. I'd like to do a story on Bill Cooper. It's very inflammatory. Some of the stuff that he said, 9/11 and so forth. He was right about a lot of the things he said, and died under mysterious. I think he was killed, but I'm on thin ice with the algorithm right now, so I got to be careful. It's been a tough week. Oscar wants me to talk about Antarctica. What is there to talk about? So we covered Operation High Jump in a previous video with Admiral Byrd, which I think is a fun episode. And I'm assuming you guys know about Operation High Jump. I'm watching the chat. So the rumors of Antarctica are that's the entrance to the Hollow Earth, right? And then in the Hollow Earth, in that entrance, are the Nazis escaped there, and the Aryans are there. And Chills talks about the pyramids in Antarctica, and I've looked for information on that, and I've only found the Black Pyramid. I think you're talking about. I can't find anything more about it. Not enough to make a Y-Files episode, and people ask for it over and over. The Black Pyramid in Antarctica. Okay, but what story do you want to see? There's not even any theories about it. Credible. Well, there's plenty of theories, but you know what I'm saying. Rainbow Soda Pop wants a story about HARP. That's coming. HARP is coming. Gino loves that one. Weather control, mind control. Yeah, HARP. I was reluctant to cover HARP because it's such an old story. But the more I talk about it on the live stream, the more I see that there's a ton of people in the chat that never heard of it. And I wonder if it's just, maybe it's just younger people, younger than Gen X. It's just a new story to them. But, Denver Airport, I didn't do that story for months, despite all the requests, because it was just such an old story. And then just relented because I needed a topic. That's what everyone wanted. Did the episode, and I think it turned out great, and people loved it. YouTube hated it, of course. We didn't get paid for it, but the response was good. So it made me think maybe we can look back at some of the older stories that have been around for a while, like HARP, like chemtrails, all that stuff. And Edgy liked the episode. I'm glad you did. Target says the audio has a wicked echo. Let me see if I can turn that down. See if that's any better. Victoria's shaking her head. There's no echo. Jen says no echo. Sorry, Target Forge. All right. Eric V, I'm a conspiracy guy. Oh, you're home. And Admiral Byrd trip is pretty out there, LOL. And Eric, I don't know if you saw the episode, but I tried to balance it because Admiral Byrd, he's not really involved in the stories and the conspiracies, but he was a legitimate badass of his time. There's no question about it. He was just such a warrior. He was on paper, he was in charge. He was in command of Operation High Jump, but they knew that he wasn't going to do that. So they brought in other commanders to command that small fleet because he's just flying his planes around. Outside of radio contact, just, you guys got it. You got it, right? And just, he was that kind of guy. But I think what Eric is referencing is when Admiral Byrd's diary surfaced years later, and it had all kinds of stuff about the Nazis and how he's flying his plane and the Nazi UFOs are flying along with him. And then he's escorted underground into the Hollow Earth. And then suddenly there's just rolling fields of green pasture. And light coming from somewhere, and then he's flying. He sees woolly mammoths grazing in the pasture, and then his plane is now on. He's not flying it anymore. It's being flown by some unseen force, and then the Nazi UFOs escort him down, and then he meets this race of people in a city that looks like Emerald City from The Wizard of Oz, and they tell him all kinds of stuff about the typical things that aliens are watching, and they're worried about the global warming, they're worried about the nuclear weapon, all the things they're always worried about. And then he flies back, and he comes out of the tunnel, and he's back in Antarctica, and so forth. So that all comes out of his diary, which, spoiler alert, was not really his, which we covered in the episode, but it's a good story. But there is a weird thing about Admiral Byrd and that story, is that he was flying a small aircraft, which is like a one-man aircraft that has enough fuel to just fly for an hour, hour and a half, whatever it was. But he was outside of radio contact for over 3 hours and then came back. So he didn't have enough fuel to do that. So that's interesting. That's interesting. Gene wants questioning reality simulation theory, many worlds. Many worlds is coming. I need more time to work on that. But I was just talking about that today on the Patreon stream. You know that if you're a Patreon member for as little as $3 a month, we have our own private stream before the Thursday night episode, and then again tomorrow morning. Thanks, 66. Plus, there's a McDonald's. 7 says dinosaurs aren't real. But they were, right? We agree on that, or they never were. JW, is there an episode on giants? There's not a full one yet, but that's coming very soon. A lot of people have asked for that, but I've referenced the giants in a few different episodes. Oh, sorry, that's not professional. But giants are definitely coming. Have Graham Hancock guest speak on one of the episodes. That'd be cool. If you talk to him, let him know that we'd be down for that. We don't have the format for a conversation on the Y-Files. Maybe we can do that. I mean, I'd like to. I don't know if this channel is the right place for that, to have conversations. And I don't know if I'd be any good at it. But if we had a way to do that either on this channel or on one of the other ones that eventually will happen, Graham Hancock would be on the short list to show up on that show or in that conversation. Oh, we're being signaled, we're being flagged.
Well, if you were to say do, an original podcast once a week, you could certainly have guests on that.
Well, that's true. I think Jen's talking about the new Y-Files podcast that's coming sometime soon. But I think what that's going to be is just long form audio of the stories that we tell initially.
Yeah.
Instead of doing a 20-minute episode, we'll do an hour and a half and do deep dive as opposed to talking to others. What do you think of that?
I think that's a great idea, but I also think you could have guests every once in a while. Just saying.
She has a point, but it's hard to take her seriously with the frizz, right? The ice wall in Antarctica, LOL. That ice wall, Gray Walker, is because the Earth is flat. Everybody knows that. Should we check out some super chats? Should we do that? What do you want to do in the chat? Will there be a 420 themed episode? Asked Jay. Probably not. Probably not, Jay. Clearly it would be fun. Obviously it'd be fun, but YouTube doesn't really like the promotion of illegal drugs. And I know in 26 states, you're in 26 different states screaming they're not illegal. All right, well, tell YouTube. Tell YouTube. Wangfire, go full Art Bell in the live stream after the episodes. Weird guests all night long. We're thinking about doing something like that, Wangfire. Is opening it up to kind of how Art Bell did. Remember he did open lines, east of the Rockies, you're on the air. The thing is, that was a different time. You know, Art Bell's late 90s, early 2000s. If I just opened it up now, I mean, I could see you in the chat. You know who I'm talking about in the chat. I can't let that guy on. This one right here, you see him. No, you don't see it because he just got put in timeout. You can't just open it up to randos. Not, in my day, people had a sense of decorum when they called into a program. But, nowadays, you kids, I see what you say in the chat. They can't be trusted. Brandon wants to get me on Rogan, huh? Well, appreciate that, Brandon, but I was already on there with Gino. There's a link. So Rod says Stephen Greer, he could be an interesting guest, but I feel like, because I like Dr. Greer and I'm a big fan of his work, but I have questions. And that's the thing is, you know how the Y-Files format is, right? We do the story, and then if I can, I try to bring some logic and try to debunk the pieces where I can, and then we just see what's left. Chip away at it and see what's left. I don't know how some guests would stand up to the chipping of away that at the stories, because and I'm not going to single out Dr. Greer, but people in the space like Andrew Basiago or some of these folks. They tend to be on venues where it's just tell the story. I agree. It's amazing. And then 2 hours of just the story. But when I listen to those interviews, I'm screaming at it going, yeah, but ask him how he knows. Ask him, I want to know. Don't just tell me you're a time traveler and did you move on? Yeah, I traveled in time and then boom, what's for dinner? Ho, 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 ho. Back up. How do we know that's you in Gettysburg? Give me, what was the technology that you used to do that? Who was in charge of the project? Where did you go? I mean, what is this? Give us information. So with Dr. Greer, let him do his thing, of course, plug his book or his things or whatever he's selling. But then I have questions. I have questions about how he arrives at some of his at some of his deductions. Now, I think that's an interesting conversation. But there's Rune Lady. She's just killing me with the avatar. She refuses to change it. So I think that's an interesting conversation. But and I want you to look for it now. When you see people in this space, whatever the space is, the weird, the paranormal, the UFO, the experts, look at the venues that they choose. Very rarely are they challenged. And look, you don't need to be a jerk. I don't need to be a jerk to challenge somebody. You can't go full George Norrie, right? And just let them talk and talk. I feel like he's on his phone while they're doing their thing, right? At least Art once in a while would weigh in and be like, that sounds a little weird. And he would probe for more information. That's why he was the master. So I'm not saying I can do that, but I'm saying that would be of interest to me as an audience member. I would watch that podcast. And I think it's one of the reasons that Joe Rogan is so entertaining. I don't know what the right word is, but because he's just a guy, right? Joe's not an expert in anything. So if he hears something wacky, he'll say that's weird, and then he'll just want a little more. That's a good way to challenge it. I went back in time. Okay, well, how? Don't just tell me an hour about how you did that. All right, what's going on in the chat? Minor Relic, what exactly is Viagra? You can DM me. I'll let you know about that. Joe Salazar, RIP, Art Bell. During one of the live streams, we're going to do a road trip to his grave and pay our respects. I mean, without Art Bell, there's no Y-Files. Mad Mexican lizard people, of course, always. All right, what's going? Are you fighting in the chat? Richard Dick Tracy, don't steal your idea. I don't know what idea you mean, Dick. And let me scroll up and see if I could find it. So here's the thing: if I stole your idea, Dick, it was an accident, but I'm still doing it. Sorry. Skeptical Art Bell, I like it. Yeah, I think so. Uman, man. And Art Bell, he would challenge, where he was just so good at it. Like if you were listening to his show, when your brain would go, wait a minute, Art Bell would be there. He'd be there to wait a minute. Of course, he would give them, of course, tons of rope, especially the wackier the better, because he's an entertainer, right? So if he can get, I mean, how many hours did he get out of Mel's hole? Just three. I mean, there was what 4 episodes that he did on Mel's hole. 2 of them, I think, were full episodes. You're talking like 10 hours of content. So I mean, that's masterwork. So he challenged the Mel. I think Mel Waters was his name. He challenged Mel Waters, but he wouldn't be disrespectful because you don't want the guy to get upset. You know, challenge, you just push a little bit, but then you just want to let him keep talking. Mary, love the Art Bell show. Corey Creighton, Too Many Crazies. Yeah, you can't. We couldn't. We would need to screen the folks to come on here. We need to screen. The Green Knight says the world is not flat. I don't know, man. I don't know. There's a lot of good evidence. I mean, Gino, you've seen some strong, compelling evidence the world is flat.
Or at least curved. Doesn't have to be round. It could be the firmament, like
Right.
almost like a snow globe.
Right, like a half dome. Right, and then
Yeah.
around the base is the Antarctica wall, right?
Yeah, I mean, when you look up in the sky and you see the plane, sometimes it looks like they're going straight up or straight down. It doesn't look like they're going sideways.
Right, and if a plane is flying, like let's say really far, let's say LA to Australia, it should fly, since it's just flying straight without turning, it should fly out into the atmosphere, but instead it goes straight across. So if the Earth was round, it would go up and out.
That seems logical to me.
Sorry, I was reading the chats. I wasn't listening. Something about flat Earth and stuff.
She wasn't listening.
And by the way, before you said Delta Force was very secret, but I think it's widely known that Chuck Norris was the head of Delta Force.
Well, everybody knows that. That's just assumed. Was Chuck Norris in that was Delta Force was the movie, right?
Yeah.
Was Chuck Norris in that?
Yeah.
That was him, right?
Yeah, I think that was one of his big 80s movie.
Right, with the crazy motorcycles that would shoot the rockets. Yeah. Oh yeah, and Lee Marvin. Yeah, this was a great one. Yeah, Delta
And
Force.
also going back to dinosaurs, I'm trying to catch up because I wasn't on here much. Dinosaurs might not be real. Every dinosaur that you see in the museums, those are recreations. Those are not dinosaur bones that you're seeing.
That's true. Those are
fooled.
plaster molds. It's all plaster, no bones in any museum. That's true.
Yeah. So for the most part, every single person who's on this entire stream right now has never seen a dinosaur bone in their entire life, including me.
That's true.
So just saying.
Gino, very, very tricky. That's a poker player. He's not lying. No matter where you stand on dinosaurs, of course, dinosaurs are real. But he's right. No one's ever actually seen a real dinosaur, unless you're an archaeologist who was out on a dig, which, if your name is Thumper Squid, you were not out on a dig. No disrespect, but you weren't out there. Get Robert Bigelow on. See, I can't pronounce your name. There aren't enough vowels in there. Robert Bigelow is another one who I would have questions for. And easy enough for him to cut. I mean, he's right down. I mean, I could see his building from here. He's close. But all his funding came from the intelligence budget, black budget. So on one hand, he says all this stuff is real, but I also know that he gets a lot of his money from the government. So I'd have questions for him. Iron Horse says hit the like button. Strong plugs, good plugs. Dr. Greer is uncheckable. He would not be intimidated by the Y-Files chipping away style. There's no Sackville Baggins. Sackville Baggins, by the way, you're not gonna win the bag end. You're never gonna get bag end. That's gonna stay with Bilbo. But there's no intimidation is not the right word. I'm not looking to be some type of attack journalist. I'm saying you chip away, meaning you challenge small things that everyone else just lets slide. And you know what the things I'm talking about. You can't. We just don't accept everything. Elizondo says Helen Pellegrino is the same thing. You know, he's wrapped up with Bigelow and those guys. You know, Elizondo, of course, comes from the intelligence community. All right, we'll go into the super chats. I'm trying to keep an eye on what's going on in the regular chat, so it's not just all supporting the channel, which I appreciate. Mr. What is that a real name? How do you say that? She won't do it. Mr. Peckerwood, $10. What was with the Night Court video earlier today? By the way, my You Can Fist This mug came in. It's really nice and a fair price compared to what others offer. You must mean this. You Can Fist This mug. You can get that. You can get one yourself at shop.thewhyfiles.com. You can support the channel, especially since we are not being very well monetized lately. The Night Court video, I just the other day the theme song was in my head. Do 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 do. It was in my head, and I thought it would be fun to do an intro for the After Files because this is like our Night Court. So if you watch that intro along with the actual Night Court intro, it's shot for shot. It's shot for shot. I matched it. Tiftastic is here, always very consistent. Tiftastic. B Herb 76, busting this Mandela effect. The girl with the braces wasn't from Moonraker. The same scene took place in the movie Better Off Dead, and she had braces. His sister had braces, and that's not remotely the same actress.
No. I mean, that's the thing. That was the whole reason why they had the connection. Like,
wasn't she the hot one anyway? And he was the dork?
Well, she was the hot one, but Better Off Dead, she wasn't the hot one.
Oh wait, now I'm confused. In Better Off Dead, we're not talking about the French girl from across the street that's visiting.
no.
That's definitely not the same actress. All right, so that's the print. That's the print. And so many people in the chat were saying she had braces. So analysis that I've seen of this is from a psychologist, said if the human brain gets 3 distractions, you can form false memories. So I saw Moonraker as a boy approaching his pubescent years. So there is a distraction here for me. You don't even have to be a horny little boy. There's a distraction. So the distractions are the glasses, according to the psychologist, the glasses, the neck, with the these, the milk machines, whatever, the Zumbas. So, because even not a dude, even a woman would see that and could be like, oh, well, those are hanging out. You're distracted. So but then the scene moves along. Right. It moves along, and then our brain will fill in what we expect to be there, which is, of course, braces. Now, the same analysis, she shows up twice more in the film. Once she doesn't smile, and another one is this shot here where she smiles, but without the teeth showing. So we never see the teeth again. So we see her a few times, and then we start to build this memory because he has the braces.
Yeah, I feel like she had him. It's so weird. I don't know.
They're stunned. They're stunned about Moonraker, and I understand it. I can't get my brain to accept it. B Herb. And when I first started hearing about Mandela effects, it was from Gino, of course. and he's rattling them off. Whatever it was, the Berenstein Bears, the Fruit of the Loom, he's rattling them off. You know, these are the common Mandela effects that people misremember. And I'm like, nope. I remember them all correctly. So I was thinking, my memory, I'm too strong for Mandela effect. I'm too powerful. And then he dropped Moonraker on me. And he's like, did she have braces? I'm like, of course. He's like, nope. And I went, and then mind blown. And then he started hitting me with more and more. And then I started to question my reality. So it's such a powerful Mandela effect that people went back to the original. I think it's Paramount went back and got the film. Like they're looking like there's got to be but braces are not there. So she must have had braces in a different universe. Daniel Boner. I don't believe Solar Warden existed, but I do believe the TR-3B craft exists and was built and designed by humans. I agree. Daniel talking about the triangle craft. Let's see if I can find that for you. That's the TR-3B. Yeah, that's you'll see that's fake. That's fake. But it kind of looked like that. That's not it. This is probably the best one we're going to find. And that's Project Aurora. We talked about that a little bit tonight. So I agree with Daniel. I think it does exist. I think it did exist, does exist. Because we never heard about, you know, if you look at the UFO sightings through the years, like going back to Roswell and since, flying saucer. But then like late 70s, early 80s, now we start to see triangles. And that would coincide with Project Aurora and the TR-3B and some of these other projects. So, I mean, some of the pictures are like, how do you even explain it? You know, some are clearly fake. And I try not to put any of those in the episodes. The obvious fake ones. But some are so good. And the UFO shots that are in the yeah, that's fake. Where is that from? Is that Top Gun? Yeah, it's Top Gun. And all the shots are in tonight's episode were like the most real ones that I can find of the triangles. So I think Daniel's right. I think this is out there. Because the stealth bomber, how long was that flying before anybody really knew about it? SR-71 Blackbird, same thing, right? These are programs that existed for years that nobody outside the programs knew exist. I mean, suspected, but the government denied. But again, these are large programs with thousands of people and contractors not in the government keeping a secret. There's Jay. Will there be a 420 themed episode? We love Thursdays. No, you're gonna have to keep it cloudy on your own, Jay. But I'm wondering if you heard Hecklefish's remark about hydroponics. And go back and listen. There's a cool little reggae vibe there. Alex F Vibes. When are we getting a Polybius video? That's one of my favorite stories. Let's give you one right now. World's deadliest video game. All right. Alex, where are you in the chat? Here you go. Asking you shall receive. There's a Polybius video. So I assume that everyone here has seen every episode, right? So that's my mistake. Like, oh, why talk about something as there's an episode on it? Everyone's seen everything, but clearly you haven't. So the Polybius story. So this is a video game. This is West Coast, mid 80s, when arcades were a thing. And I forget exactly where, but I want to say like Portland area. Suddenly, teenage kids start getting sick and dying after playing a video game. And it turns out they're all playing this game, Polybius. And Polybius, according to the legend, is a government-sponsored project. And how it works is the government comes in and they just quietly put this video game cabinet in the arcade. You know, they pay off the owners or however it works. And when you play Polybius, it controls your mind. It makes you sick. And the reason it was there is they were experimenting on like Manchurian candidate type of technology. Like, can we use like hypnotic suggestion through the games to create sleeper agents for the future? That was the plan. And there were only maybe 2 or 3 Polybius games throughout the whole Pacific Northwest. But the program, you know, it goes off the rails. And instead of just doing this hypnotic suggestion, kids start getting sick and dying. One kid had a heart attack after playing. He like stumbles out into the street. 2 other kids in a different arcade are playing Polybius. They snap and they get into a knife fight, and one kid dies. And there's another case of another like cardiac event, like a heart attack or something, from like a 12 or 13-year-old. Now I'm going to look at the chat. I told you the story for the most part. That's the story of Polybius. Now Alex hasn't seen the episode, so I mean, do I tell him how it ends? Will Strong, I linked the video. Let me see if I can get. Here's the link coming at you. Star Trek Next Generation episode of the mind controlling video game. That was a great one. That's the headsets. And I believe that's the one episode where Wesley Crusher, I think he kisses Ensign Leffler, right? Played by Ashley Judd. Do you ever hear of Ashley Judd?
I have heard of Ashley Judd. I've also heard of Will Wheaton. Will Wheaton.
Will Wheaton, and Ashley played Ensign Leffler on TNG. Am I correct?
I didn't know that, but okay.
And then I think the 2 of them kiss. I think the name of the episode is The Game. Am I correct? You check my work.
Yes, that's the name of the episode. It's The Game.
All right. And yeah, so I think he kisses her in that. And they play the game, and they actually show you the game, and it looks a lot like the games that Jen plays in the evening, Puzzle Cube. And it's just basically like moving squares into circles and stuff, but it's tapped into their brain. So it's causing the release of like endorphins and serotonin and dopamine and all that, like your game does. So they're like walking by the middle of the episode, everyone's walking around the ship with the headsets on, and they're, oh, and what they're doing is
Hang on. People are saying audio is out. I hear you, but
I hear you.
Everyone hears. People are saying,
I don't know, folks that are saying no audio, but we all hear each other. So
one person said.
No, there were a few people that said it, but maybe they just need to restart their stream. Now people are saying that they hear them.
Okay. Well, let me get out of your hair. So, Alex, I don't know. I don't want to spoil it for you, but it's a good story. One of my favorite urban legends. Small Rabbit Monkey, it lagged for a bit. That happens. Color and Dueling can hear. Shadco hears. Dark Cult hears. Audio thumbs up from Becky Ward. Good to see Becky's here a lot. Ross, audio's fine. Brian Parker says, I got you. Mark Humphreys. All right, so we're good. We're good. Let's see. Sean Fritz, she was hot. It was a big deal for Wesley to kind of make out with an ensign, and good on him. As Wesley, he took a lot of heat. Now I think if we do talks, I think Will would come on.
He would come on, yeah.
Because he was going to come into the studio in LA. We were talking about that, but then things got, we were talking in March of 2020.
Right. And then the world shut down.
I think he just wanted to come and talk to like Freddie and Josh, but he was into it.
I mean, yeah, Freddie would probably come on. I don't know what he would talk about, but
yeah, and Josh would come in. Josh is here in town, right?
He is. Yeah, I was supposed to go see he's doing like a little residency at Kimmel's Theater here, and I was supposed to go on Monday, but I got sick.
You got sick. You couldn't go.
Right.
All right, that's an update. That's her update, but she's feeling better. Chris can hear. Just Right can hear. Iron Man says it's like space porn. The game wasn't. It didn't look remotely sexual, which is, I guess, why it was interesting. Because people would look at the game initially and be like, "What is this?" But then you play for a few minutes, and then by the end of the episode, everybody is just addicted to the game. No work is getting done. They're wearing the headsets everywhere, and then Wesley saves the day. I think it was Wesley who saved the day, right? But good call pulling that Next Generation piece of info out. Uh-oh. Jamie Renee, she lost that area back there. She's upset about it. I'm sorry, Renee. Canna Queen. A lot of ganja lovers in here tonight, huh? Kevin, thank you so much. That's nice of you. Hecklefish and Cocaine Bear are buds. I haven't seen that yet. I'm intrigued by it. What the hell was that? What's that? Oh, that Jen's giving me a little head right there. All right. Well, she did. She did. Sydney Greer. There you are. Awesome show. 31K. Is that a record? That's the record. Previous record, I think, was 28.6 or 28.9. Let me ask that. No. What was our record before? Was it 28.6?
28,611.
And what did we get to tonight?
We got to 32,067.
Whoa.
Yes. And the
How's
video
it doing?
is,
Are people watching it?
yes, it's doing really, really well. It's still 1 of 10, and it has 143,000 views so far.
It's 1 of 10. That's a good sign.
Yeah.
All right. There they go. With the answer. Oh, wait. She has more words to share.
Time to do a giveaway.
Oh.
Don't, it's time.
All right. We'll do a giveaway. All right. For your first time here, here's how it works. We're going to put a word on the screen. I'm just, I'm not prepared for it. We're going to put a word on the screen and there it is. Okay. I think the word is going to be Polybius. I was going to put in Will Wheaton got some.
You should do she had braces.
Okay, that's a good one. She had braces. Okay, so here's how it works. You type in she had braces just like you see it on the screen, no spaces, just exactly how it is with no other words. And you'll be chosen at random and I think the winner gets a $50 gift certificate to the Wi-Fi store where you can support your favorite YouTube channel. And is that right? Is that what happens if you win?
You cut out for a second.
Oh, am I gone?
No, you're here now.
Okay, so if they win, they get a $50 gift card and then a personal phone call from Victoria.
Yes, or they could go to Discord and put in a help desk ticket, and I'll get with them on it.
And then you call them and explain how they won.
Right.
Okay, so that she had braces. Type it just like that. Let's see who's typo. No, Wesley, that's not right. That's right. Neo Don, she did have braces. I agree, but you're not going to win. Joseph Lever, pimples had she? Yep. James Sweat, she had braces without spaces. Very, very nice. Taking it very literally. She had entases, says Tracy. That's not going to win, but I like your dog there. Is that Jack Russell?
Looks like it. Who's
that would have been a good one. James Bennick says space dolphins. That would have been fine. That would have been good. They moved that way on purpose.
Whose computer are we hearing? Is that you, Victoria? Gino, do we hear you? Are you playing poker?
Gino.
Oh, now we're good.
It's poker.
Wolf whistle. Lisa needs braces. Wayne Dawson, love you guys. How can you tell the real stories from the fake stories? Wait, most of them are. It's not that they're fake. It's hard to explain. Fake. I don't like that word. But the way I just research as much as I can, and then come out the other side with either the same opinion or a different one. Most of the stories I go in assuming that a chunk of them are not real. But I started the episode on the hollow moon thinking that it was the dumbest story I ever heard. And then by the end of it, I was convinced the moon is hollow. And I'm
Mhm.
convinced. All right, 426 people are in the should we draw? Are we ready?
Yeah.
All right, there's Ralph, there's Ganja Queen, there's Uncle, there's Blackbeard's in there, there's Bob Elliott, there's Bob Elliott again, Moises, Kenna Queen again, Big Daddy Filth, Jose, Midwitch, 330, Dan K is the winner.
Yay!
Congratulations, Dan K. So just jump into Discord and DM Victoria your cell number, and she'll give you a buzz.
Don't do that.
Don't do that. Put in a ticket, and then you'll get a $50 gift card to the Y-Files store.
And then, but they have the opportunity to enter a drawing to win a dinner date with Victoria. Is that correct?
No, none of that's correct.
Okay, I was just checking. To make sure. Jim T says, Hecklefish was boss tonight. Great job, team. You're very welcome. Glad you enjoyed it. We needed to win tonight. T-Gal, great show. I believe there are aliens among us. There's a few in the chat. Genesee Studios is here. Thank you. Thank you for the $10. Jesse and
There you go. Guppy needs a new pair of shoes.
It's kind of slow on the draw tonight. Great show this week, especially like the Moon Girls too. That's I mean, if you're into sci-fi, like classic sci-fi, UFO is very underappreciated sci-fi, and it's I think it's just because it is from the UK. You know, Americans were Star Trek crazy, and it came out about this. You know, Star Trek was 69 to 71, and UFO was 70. So you know, it's hard to go against Captain Kirk, but I mean, it had great production value. The short skirts were there, but you know, the Enterprise, the original Enterprise, they're half naked on that show too. Demonic Hordes is here. I know what he wants. I don't even have to read it. Seriously, though, Black Eye Kids, do the episode, do the research, find the answer. Do it. Gonna be great. It's gonna be great. Mike Willis, thank you for the $20.
Sweet fancy Moses. I'm going to be in a new tax bracket over here. Taxes are theft.
He's got a point. Hey, Jay, Hecklefish, Jen, Victoria, and Gino. Any chance of seeing the Who Files this year? What are the odds?
Ooh. Oh, wow. Hi. Here's me. Big. So we'll have to see. Our next channel that we're going to launch is the What Files, which is going to be true crime, mystery, paranormal, that kind of stuff. Look at him sleeping over there. I'm very excited about it because I'm going to be hosting that one. And then we're not sure what the one after that one is going to be. Because we're going to
making sense to anyone?
We're going to do all 5 W's and the How Files. So it's just going to depend how long it takes to launch the next one.
There she goes. There you got your answer. Tanner Harmon, $40. Great episode. Just wanted to give you kudos for your background drop. How long did it take to make that conspiracy billboard? Well, the first version, Tanner, took about 20 minutes because I just threw stuff up there. But as the show has evolved and gone from, horrible to passable, all the stuff on there, at least most of it, it's either relates to an episode or something that somebody sent in. So I wish I can show you, but I can't. I just added this week, or maybe last week, was the Y-Files of Birdhouse. We get a lot of stuff, but a Birdhouse, that was unexpected.
That was unexpected, but it was super cool.
It was, but
handmade birdhouse.
But I put it on the set instead of in the yard.
Well, yeah.
I think they preferred that. So with the
I-
birdhouse, 3 weeks ago, we added the emerald tablet back there. You see that?
Yes.
Oh, already, she's already running out of steam. She's got 4 hours to go. She's already yawning.
Missed.
She better Red Bull up.
She better.
The emerald tablets there. That was 3 weeks ago. Well,
We've been getting a lot of stuff. What did you do with the little cryptid figurines?
he's right next to the "Hello, my name is Ecclfish" sign right up front.
That's so cute. Oh, I gotta go back and look then.
You better go
So-
look.
So cool.
We'll get out of her hair while she goes back to look for those figurines. Lauren Huff is here. Charles Hall, Tall Whites. I looked into. I thought I was being sick. I thought I was being flagged down. He was just doing that. Charles Hall. I looked into Charles Hall and the Tall Whites, and there wasn't a lot to the story. So it didn't grab me. But Lauren, if there's something about it that grabs you, I want to know what it is. Because a lot of times with the topics, there's a few, when I get a new one, especially when I hadn't heard before, there's a few levels I go through. And the first level is someone sends the topic and, is it interesting off the jump? If it's not, it's not. If it's something I don't know, then the first thing is just do a quick search. What is it? And then if I'm still interested, then we just go further and further. And what I'm really trying to do is as much research as I can until I'm talked out of doing the story, is how it works. And then, like Mothman, I didn't want to do Mothman. I don't like cryptids. I don't want to do Mothman. But a lot of people asked for it. So then I just started looking into it. And I looked into Mothman going, all right, just as soon as I get an excuse to bail out of this topic, I'm doing it. And this happens with most topics. There's 60 that I've started that I haven't gone back to. So I'm reading about Mothman. It's like, okay, it's all right. And then watched a couple of documentaries. And by the time I got through it, I was like, this is a good story. There's a lot more to it than I thought, than just, people in West Virginia saw, a man with wings. There's way more to it. So we're doing it. I think we're doing Mothman next week, actually. Should we do it next week?
Yeah, let's do it next week. That'll be fun.
We even had a Y-Files Patreon go out there with his cell phone, right? Who did that? Tech Grub Hubs?
Tech Grub. Yep.
Tech Hubs?
Tech
What?
Tech Grub.
He went out there with his cell phone. I haven't looked at the pictures yet. What did he do? What did he get? Video?
Yeah, video. He interviewed people that have actually seen Mothman.
What? He did Man on the Street?
Yes, he did. Went to the museum.
Oh, the music. That guy's in all the documentaries. That guy with the long hair. He's in all of them. Well, he is.
Do you remember at Idlewild where they had all of they didn't call him Bigfoot, but the Idlewild in California has like their own Bigfoot
What was his
hybrid.
name? What was his name? He was a Bigfoot.
Yeah.
He was one of the big feet. Wow.
Is it big feet or is it just Bigfoot like Moose and Moose?
I don't know. We have to ask the Bagginses in the chat. Is it Harfoot?
Gina wants to.
or
Gina
Harfeet?
is doing this. I think he wants to come up and talk.
Yeah, but he's muted. So how could he want to talk?
Well, unmute him.
He muted himself.
You got to unmute yourself, Gina.
Sorry about that. It's just called the Idle Beast.
Oh,
Behold, the idle beast.
Oh.
Yeah, so in Idlewild around the town, you'll see little statues of him. The signs, it's really up there.
it's fun. And they have when you go to the little shops, they'll have the big cutouts of him and you get your picture taken next to it.
Well, there's him right in front of Cafe Aroma. You remember that place?
I do. That's a fun place. If you live in California, Just drive 45 minutes up the mountain from Palm Springs. And
There she goes. Jen giving very good directions to the mountain. Can't deny it. PPMJ, thank you for the $9.99. And put in the chat if anyone needs directions anywhere. Just give us a start and a destination, and Jen will give you the good way to get there. Destiny Land Adventures for 420. Got my mug and stickers yesterday. That's amazing. I guess you got them here at shop.thewifiles.com. I got your stickers. The new stuff up here today that they told me that where is it? Yeah, look at this. Here's a diamond supporter donation beer stein mug for the Wi-Fi's, and that's fine. Look at this right here. $250. Are they kidding? How many times do I say we keep the prices low? Look, 16, 15, Mr. Naughty Mug, but then they drop this on you. I'm assuming this is to support the channel in case of demonetization. Is that the point of this?
Exactly. Well, people were complaining that they wanted to give us cash. And so we can't take, cash. So this is the next best thing. Plus they get a little first edition mug.
You could send it in the mail, just, wrap it in foil or something, but the address is on the channel. You send
You
a
can
little
put my name on it.
Gino's name on it. Send a little cheddar cheese our way.
The
Crypto.
donation mugs.
All right. So we're really not, this is really to give people an opportunity to tip a little bit more so YouTube doesn't take all the money. Do they still get the mug? Do they still get it?
Absolutely.
yes,
Okay.
It's a-
Very
it's a
nice
special-
mug.
It's a special edition mug. They're not always going to be, this large price, but we want to do this sort of thing where we do sort of special edition products for the channel. And this is one of them. This is
Can you fist this mug? Is it fistable?
We do not advise fisting this mug.
I didn't ask.
The disclaimer's on the straw.
Can you fist it or not?
well, how big
Yeah.
is it? How many ounces is it? 22?
22.
How big is the fist?
You could probably fist it. I mean, I could.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah, but you've got those little Wendigo fists.
I know.
And he's like a normal man size. Well, it's a 22 ounce, but it's tall and thin. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because when you want your fist to just slide right in and out. You don't want to have to force it.
No.
Okay.
All right. So yeah. So if you see those on the store, that's what that's for. That's not trying to take advantage. Lost in Australia, Dave. Thank you for the sticker. There's Sam Witt. Have you looked into Chris Bledsoe at all? Well-documented UFO experiencer. He just released a book about his experiences. UFO of God. I haven't looked into him. A couple of people have recommended him, Sam, but I haven't looked into him. But let's see about this book. UFO God, you say? UFO of God, the extraordinary true story of Chris Bledsoe. All right, if it's on Kindle, all right, so it's on Kindle. I'll grab that tonight. We'll check it out. I love to read that stuff anyway. Jeff Wallace, Simulation Theories answered all of life's riddles for me. I'm so relaxed. Thank you for that. You're welcome. It kind of does. It all leads back to the simulation, right? Like, what was that? Maybe Victoria will remember.
What's that?
What was that? The name of that crazy Russian time travel invention that came up in the Patreon stream this afternoon?
Oh.
I don't remember either, but
remember.
it was the first time I ever heard that. You same? Yeah. Well, two people today.
Jen knows, maybe.
It was somebody's mirror. Something mirror.
Oh, the mirror. Is that? Yeah.
Right. So I had never heard of it. It's a crazy Russian device. It looks like an iron lung standing up straight. You step inside, you strap on one of these salad strainers on your head with the wires, and you go back in time. That's it in a nutshell.
It's a
But I never
Kozyrev mirror.
That's it. So I'd never heard of it before.
Mm-mm.
in all my many years, and then 2 people in the premiere chat today asked for that subject. You know why they did that? Because it's a simulation. Chicago Faucet. I made a gilded group for us. Oh, gilded for us to congregate and socialize during off hours. Just search for it. And is that because you're anti-Discord, Chicago? So everyone check out the gilded server for the Y-Files. Gilded. Oh, well, I'm looking for it. Just give me a second. Well, I'm not finding it, but I might be searching in the wrong place. But another option to hang around with a great community is to go to the official Discord for the Y-Files. That's also another option. But I understand if you're not into Discord because of privacy in China, I get all of that. I get the politics of it. Gilded is fine. Go over there and hang out. That's not the Discord is like the officially sanctioned by the channel community. The Gilded is a fan site. I'm going to check it out tonight. Adrian Nunez, $1.99. Good evening, everyone. Love the show. Thanks. Cherie Miller is here for $5.
Chickity, ching.
She loved the episode. Oh, there's Quantum Sledgehammer. Always supporting the channel. The TV show UFO is based on Solar Warden, not the other way around. Come on, man. Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean there aren't. Right. And Quantum Sledgehammer could be right. Could absolutely be right. But I don't know. But could be right. Oh, no. Rune Lady's there. Will there be a YCon? Are there any new merch developments? They're nodding down there. Thumbs up. Nodding. Will there be a YCon? That's a convention, right? Where people meet?
Yeah.
Yes.
And we have to do that or no? We
No, I
want to
think
do
it'd
it?
be awesome. We want to do that.
Yeah, we want to. You have to come.
I do?
Yes, you have to be there. Sorry.
All right. Well, I was just wondering.
And yes, there's a bunch of new merch went up on the store today. Victoria, do you want to talk about it? Because you spearheaded that effort.
We had a couple.
Well, we don't do too much of a pitch. Right? I mean, we just did the store for 15 minutes. We're going to have her do a whole thing.
So
How much
rude.
Tell her this isn't QVC.
So rude.
It's a lot of good merch.
Yes.
There you go. That's it. Shopped at theyfiles.com. There's a lot of good merch. Will Rune Lady be at the YCon? Because we have to.
She doesn't look like that. That's not her face.
Well, they say she does.
I mean, now I say that, but if she walked in and that walked in,
Have you seen her? Have you seen her?
Victoria has. They say she looks like a young Elizabeth Taylor.
Right. But that's what the people in the chat do when they say that Solar Warden is real. And I say, well, so you've seen the information. They said, well, no, but Victoria has.
Lots of people have seen her on Discord.
Well, she needs to change her avatar, and that's that.
And somebody said that they like Alan Knight. Sorry that you liked my hair better before. If you don't like it, you don't have to watch.
Well, let's see Alan Knight's hair. Let's see how good his hair is. All right. Hey, Alan Knight, if you're going to criticize hair, you're going to have to show us what you got, man. He's definitely bald. He's not cool, not Picard bald. He's probably like wispy bald. What do you think?
I'm just saying.
Where's his avatar? Put his avatar up. Let's take a look at him.
I don't know. I just went past. I just saw the the comment, and I was like, "Well, that's rude."
Well, going after my wife on the live stream is not recommended.
No. Nice.
Ray Lewis, did you ever find out why YouTube demonetized last week? Sort of. We were demonetized for promoting dangerous and harmful acts. So I don't know if that's lizard people under the airport, or I don't know what was harmful in that. Now I thought the issue was some comments about, I don't know, vaccines or whatever that weren't about anything recent, but could have been construed as possibly commentary. But that wasn't it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, was that the video at the end when you were talking about, I don't even think it was that one. One of the videos at the end you talked about, if we're not being told the truth, then people need to stand up for truth. And sometimes that gets,
Do you mind if I help you out?
yeah, I don't want to say it because I don't want this video to get demonetized either.
You mind if I jump in there?
Go for
There
it.
was a video. There was a video a couple of weeks ago where I said that if tyranny arrives, we'll fight it with words, and if words aren't enough, we'll fight it with violence. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
That one was fine. And even when I said that, even as I'm writing it, I'm like, it's a kind of aggressive because I didn't want it to sound like taken to the streets. So I said, fight it with violence, like our grandfathers did at Normandy, and their grandfathers did at this, at the Civil War, and their grandfathers did. Like that's what I meant.
No, I know what you meant. But if that wasn't that video, then I don't know. I don't know. I don't
It
know.
wasn't. I don't know. But Sergeant Shart is here for $50.
Uno, dos, tres, cuatro. Human. I want you to know I said human. Thank you for all the dough. Tipping, as I'm sure you will find, always is a good time. Ooh, 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 it's fun to tip the F-I-S-H. It's fun to tip the F-I-S-H.
People I trust with my life had a close friend in the CIA. On his deathbed, he swore there was a square kilometer array, like the Arecibo built on the dark side of the moon, scanning for threats. Thank you for all you do. Well, thanks, Sarge.
What?
So a couple of things about Sarge's comment is I see, on one hand, I agree with, or I tend to agree that what he's saying is true, that there's stuff on the moon. On the other hand, we're back to I had a close friend in the CIA. So I want the CIA guy to say, not the deathbed CIA. Like, that's your parting words? You're surrounded by loved ones, friends, and family. You're holding your granddaughter's hand as you're looking in to the light and the tunnel and the hands reaching out to you. And the thing that you say is, they're on the moon. That's your last words? Maybe. Maybe they're on the moon. But thanks for that generous tip, Sarge. And I tend to agree with you. If there's something is up there. And I hope something is there to scan for threats. But I'm not sure that's what it is. I hope it is. Unchain America. AJ got kidnapped by Hecklefish's lizard people. I hope not. I can't get through a week without them showing up in a story. And it's getting to the point where it's bothering me. Because if there's reptilians in the story, then he's got to do his whole thing, right? You have to now. So I'll get through a story like 80-90% of the way through, has nothing to do with anything remotely lizard people. And then suddenly it's like, well, this guy said, like Corey Good. It was a very nice story tonight about Solar Warden and secret space program. And it's all very believable. And then we get Corey Wood, who says, and the blue avians are here to protect us, and we're part of the Galactic Federation and the reptilian. Like, it went bananas, but I had to put it in there. But it was fraud, right? All lies, right?
Oh, Paratrooper, thank you so much. That's very nice. This was the comment from the beginning when AJ was making fun of my hair. Somebody's saying to turn down Hecklefish's volume. That he's
Two
just
questions. A, what are you smoking? And two, can I have some?
loud. I'm just telling you what
No, that's
people
okay.
said.
Turn him down. Minus 12 decibels.
But don't turn you down.
There she goes. Jen looks amazing, says Paratrooper, and Hecklefish too loud. Blackbeard, longtime supporter of the channel. Thank you and the Wi-Fi's team for another excellent video. You see that? And tell the producer, mark that time code 135. So that way we have a new clip for next week's Night Court intro. We've got the new clip. Mark it 135. Paul Logan's here. Not the other way around. The 10 pounds just want to say, hey, love your humor, followed by Jen's. I love your humor, followed by Jen's disapproval. Makes me laugh every time. If possible, do more on the moon. I have to go to bed now as 2:50 a.m. night. Well, good night, Paul Logan.
Good night, Paul. We like your cat.
Well, why don't you sing Paul a little lullaby? Go ahead.
No.
Scott F 1111, make a wish. Yet another magnificent episode. I can't tell you how much I appreciated the Night Court Y-Files. Not you, a Night Court Y-Files crossover merch. I think it's a good idea, Scott, but I'm probably going to have to be the one to do that, because when I put the girls in charge of merch, we got $200 mugs. They can't be trusted. So I got you. All right, we'll do a $18 shirt, $15 mug. I give it to Victoria. It's going to be, it's a $500 bowling bag. Why? Awaken Journey Media 555. Thank you for all you do. Secret Space Program is one that I wish was true, but it's a little far-fetched even for me. Parts of it, though, right? I mean, there's got to be secret stuff because it's secret everything. But the Secret Space Program, what it probably is satellites to destroy other satellites, right? Because that happens I can think of at least 2 instances where secret spy satellites exploded on the launch pad. I think wasn't one of those a SpaceX launch? One of the early ones was a spy sat. So we know that happens. But the rest of it, fleets of Protector class ships. No, I don't think so. Brian, since Cincerbo 1111, staying up too late on the East Coast is my Thursday night thing now. Groggy on Friday mornings. You and me both, brother. But look, if you're not doing anything tomorrow morning, a great thing to do would be come into the Discord and we'll have a little intimate chat. Just me and you. Oh, Victoria's doing her funk face. Did you see it? She's like,
Yeah.
She got a little stank in there.
Yeah. But you have to be purple belt or above.
Why? I mean, why did she drop that in there? That's not how you do the commercial. Hang on. Let me help her out there. You say come in tomorrow morning for Discord, and that's it. And then you go in the morning, you're like, oh, you have to be a Patreon member. All right, so let me do that for $3 a month. That's not that much to support the channel. And then, but then you go in the Friday chat, and you're like, oh, you've got to be at a certain level. But $3, the Thursday night chat, you could.
Here's why.
Buck Maw, $10. Magnetic pole shift, 12,000 year cycle. Topic suggestion. Buck, I want you to check out. Let me see if I can find it for you, and I'll get you the link. Miles, Adam, Eve. There we go. That's not the episode, by the way. That was a picture of me, but that's. Yeah, I'm embarrassed that you had to see my picture, but all right. So, Buck, here's the link to the Adam and Eve story. I'm assuming that you didn't see. Let me take my abs off there. I'm distracting myself. It's a scientist wrote it's the Adam and Eve story literally. So he writes about the coming pole shift and how they've happened frequently throughout all of Earth's history. On average, every 300, 400,000 years, the Earth's poles shift. North becomes south and vice versa. Well, we haven't had a shift in over 700,000 years, so we're way overdue. Now, that coincides with the fact that the North Pole is drifting. It's always drifting, right? We know that. But it's accelerating. We're used to drift half a mile a year, then a mile a year, 5 miles, 20 miles. Now it's really, really accelerating. So much that GPS from satellites, that software needed to be updated every so often to coordinate with the new pole, because that's how the GPS works. You know that. So they would have to update the software every 2 years, and then it was every year, and now it's every 6 months, and then maybe even accelerating from there. At the same time, in the Southern Hemisphere, there's something called the Great Anomaly, which is this sort of hole in the Earth's magnetosphere that's getting bigger. And then you've got recent news about the Earth's core maybe slowing down. But I hope that's not true. So, Buck, I don't want to spoil the whole episode. I'd rather you go in there and watch it. It's good. It's good for the algorithm. But chunks of that Wild Files episode are scary, because I illustrate what it would be like if what he says in the book, Chan Thomas was the author, if what Dr. Thomas says is true, and it's pretty frightening. He's mostly talking about the physical pole shifting, like the Earth going on its side. But that's not exactly what I'm talking. And you're saying magnetic poles, so that's not exactly what it is. But when the poles do shift, it's still a disaster, because in that transition time, when north becomes south and vice versa, the magnetic field gets all twisted up, and you can see illustrations of that online if you're interested. And while the field is twisted up, all the radiation from the sun comes through, and it just wreaks havoc on everything as an industrialized, electronically based society. And just like having daily EMP bombs thrown at us. Now, the poles have shifted, the magnetic poles have shifted while humans were here, a few times over the past 1.5 million, 2 million, whatever you believe, years. But nobody ever noticed, because you're Stone Age. You're not worried about it. You don't have an iPhone or a watch, satellites, GPS. You don't have that stuff. Now, if it shifts, we're in trouble. Victoria agrees. ISO UFO $10. Snowden specifically said he looked and didn't find any UFO files. Yeah, I read that too. But he didn't have access to everything. He had access to a lot, though. So he didn't find any, but I thought WikiLeaks had some interesting stuff. I could be wrong. We should look into that. It's been on my list to do an episode on Snowden files and WikiLeaks files. I'm just, I'm afraid of the algorithm on it. But if you're into that stuff, we have an episode about Titan Point, which I have named poorly. It's hard to find. But it's about the Snowden files that exposed the NSA listening post that's in Lower Manhattan. And it's funny because someone sent in a photo not too long ago. I mean, like within the last week. Just a young couple, and they took like a selfie in front of this weird building in New York City. And they said, "Hey, AJ, what is this crazy building? It's a skyscraper with no windows." And I think they were just sending it as like, "Hey, isn't this interesting? Haha." And I told them, by the way, that is an NSA listening post called Titan Point, sanctioned by AT&T. I mean, it's there. I think it's 22 Thomas Street. I could be wrong. Let's check. Titan Point building. That's the building, 33 Thomas Street. So I think it's sometimes called the Long Line building. Yeah, there it is. So that's it. So that's there. and that is one of 30 NSA listening posts in the country, and it's primarily AT&T. But if you go up to the building, like I'm from New York City, I don't ever remember seeing this building. I must have walked by it 1,000 times. But if you go up to it knowing what you're looking for, then it starts to make sense. Like, how weird is that there's not a single window? These holes up here, that's exhaust, that's ventilation, which you can hear. That's exhaust as well, which you can hear at night when you walk through. It's just eerie hum. So these doors, these are not open. It looks like a very kind of welcoming building. These are not open. What you do is you come here to get buzzed in, and the only people going there are a couple of AT&T employees, and then the rest are just contractors and government. What you can't see here, but directly across like the long street, you could see from the front door of that building is the FBI building in New York, that's how you get access to Titan Point. You have to call the Phoebes. Talent Guy, thank you for the $10.
Yes, my dressing room is getting an upgrade. I'm thinking I need a leather sofa, silk pillows, and a live-in masseuse.
Question: is there any credibility from your research on some reports that the spreadsheet Gary came across had ship names that were named for somewhat known astrophysicists? I didn't read that. I looked for that document, and I couldn't find Gary talking too much about it. But he does, in all fairness to him, he has a lot of interviews. So it's just, I found hours and hours of him talking, and I couldn't listen to all of it. So that's not professional. So I don't know, Talent Guy. I'd like to know that. If you come across that, email me, because I'd love to know the ship's names. Occult Journeys, 110 Canadian.
I'm a fish, I'm a lover, I'm a freak. In the covers, I'm a swimmer, I'm a saint. I do not feel ashamed.
For more aliens and space mysteries, check out Secret Space UFOs, Apollo 1 through 11, featuring Mike Barra, James Fox, and Richard Dolan. Love the show, folks. I hope you're a fan of Mike Barra, because he wrote a good chunk of tonight's episode and did a lot of the research, and he did a great job. He even wrote a couple of jokes. Plenty of people write for the channel, and I use some of it, not a lot of it. But man, we get so many Hecklefish jokes in the scripts. And if you thought Jen's jokes were bad, ay, chihuahua. Fuban 1999. Hey gang, wife and I live hanging on Thursday nights. Special shout out to Victoria and Scott Mod for fixing my Discord.
Yeah.
All hail Lord Hecklefish. What did you do to the Discord? You did some tech support?
Tech support. He was blocked, and he's never been on Discord before. So
who blocked him? Why was he blocked?
It's just a freak thing.
Here he goes. Victoria calling Fu Man a little bit of a freak. I like it. KP Fortress Bug, $5 got my new Don't Be a Sheep mug. Hang on. This one? Did you get this shopped at thewifiles.com? If you go there, you can get your own Don't Be a Sheep mug. And it's a great way to support the channel, especially when we get demonetized. Helps keep the stories coming. Got my Don't Be a Sheep mug. It's great. Took it to work, and coworker said, "My, what a big mug you have. Score for the mug." And I hope you showed your coworker that your fist went right in there. The mugs are fistable.
They are. I'm sorry, I hate to bring this up, but people are still saying that Hecklefish is super loud. Super loud. So,
let's see.
I don't know.
Why is he so loud?
I don't know. He likes to make sure he's being heard.
Oh, okay. Now things are making sense. Yeesh.
Yeah, Joey said wicked loud.
Maybe try that.
Oh, don't forget to buy from the Wi-Fi store. Be a good human and buy, consume, buy, spend, shop, buy.
Yay! Victoria's dancing. It's so good now.
So does he sound better now?
Yeah, it's better.
Now I can hardly hear you guys, though.
Oh, no.
Well, in every life, a little rain must fall. Matthew Friswell. Since I found this channel, or that it actually says Chanel, doesn't it? Since I found this Chanel. That's what I read at first. I'm like, since I found this Chanel, I thought it was being very fashionable.
Yes, fashionable.
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 Since I found this channel, I already binged all episodes, so it's a long wait for every episode. It doesn't feel long to me, Matthew. It feels like it comes out, and then about 6 hours later, I'm back to the grind. But I do get about 9 hours off this week, 8 of which will be spent sleeping. Forklift Guy, thank you for the $10 super sticker. What is this? Silent Dust, $250.
Ooka chaka, ooka, ooka, ooka chaka, ooka, ooka. I can't stop this feeling deep inside of me. Human, you just don't realize what your tips do to me. When you tip me, I can pay my bills and you make me tingle in my gills. Oh, your tips are amazing, and I think it's crazy that you send cash to me.
Great research. Just want to shout out to the Discord channel. I wound up talking to a guy who had a similar God moment I had in Iraq. Crazy what lined up. So an uncle and niece found each other in a combat zone at BAIP in May 03. Wow. I don't know that story.
Wow.
Discord story. All right. You guys don't know that one?
No.
So just a shout out. It sounds like I'd like to know what he's talking about, though. Wouldn't you, Jennifer? Would you like to know? She says, yeah. Victoria, would you like to know the story? She would as well. And Gino, of course. Thumbs up. Zebedee, 20 pounds. Love from Wales. This channel helped me through some mental health dark times recently. I can't thank you enough. Born just in time. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad that we're helping you through tough mental health times. Unfortunately, this show's causing me some mental health dark times, but it's a balance. We balance each other off. ZBD, I appreciate it. Brian, vowels are overrated. Milliner. I think my ex-wife was able to sneak past the Space Force and land in California about 20 years back.
That's funny, but it's also terrible. Is that a picture of his ex in his avatar?
Oh, is that his ex? Actually, I think that's a Gorn.
Oh, that's right. We had this conversation last time. That's a Gorn.
Gorn from the original series. I think the name of the episode was The Arena. Is that right? Check my work.
It was just Arena. It didn't have the in front of it.
Oh, well, so I guess,
Yeah.
I guess I missed that one, Trebek, didn't I?
Sorry.
Paul, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whoa!
Tippity doo da, tippity yay. My, oh my, what a wonderful day. Plenty of money coming my way. Tippity doo da, tippity yay.
Mark 152, 1 hour 52 mark for Gino. I couldn't catch the episode, but streamed it on my phone on mute to help the numbers. Finally got on an hour later. From the discussion, tonight's episode seems like it was amazing. I hope you like it, Paul. And I appreciate you streaming on your phone to help the numbers. But
That's
Zeb
awesome.
has a question for Jen. You're a comic book fan?
What did I say that made him think I was a comic book fan? But hi, Zeb. It's nice to see you. Zeb's a big fan of the channel. Glad to see him here. What did I say that when I was talking about comic books?
Because Jen and I are always fighting about DC versus Marvel at home constantly.
No, we're not. We're a Marvel household. Well, we were. Hasn't been as good lately.
By the way, I think we saw another video on Discord of Zeb today, didn't we? Was Zeb walking around the neighborhood? Did I see that on Discord? A video of that?
Oh,
Well,
yeah. Where is that?
Zeb,
Was that him?
Zeb said something about it's my username, Gen13, but that's me and then part of my last name. But I don't know. See, I'm not a comic book fan because I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, so that was Titan Point. So I guess it came in a tweet. Very nice. Are you hearing audio from this?
Yes.
Oh. I guess GEN13 is a comic book series. No,
Image book.
It's just half of my last name, Zeb. It's just my first name and then half my last name, and 13 is my lucky number. So that's no,
I guess you weren't hearing the audio from the video.
no, not really.
Well, shit. Well, because I'm listening to the music from Zeb's video. It sounds great. It's majestic, it's ominous. And Jen she's talking about hair or nails or something unrelated.
I wasn't talking about hair and nails. I was answering Zeb's question.
Do those curls hurt? They look like they might hurt. Are they yanking on your?
They don't hurt.
Are they yanking on your follicles?
No.
Is it going to be? How long is it going to be?
Yes, it's going to be like this tomorrow when you get back home. Sorry, you're just going to have to deal with it.
No. How long are you stuck like that? So Zeb, she's not a comic book fan, but she is a fan of your work. That I could tell you for sure. Talent guy. Thank you for that. Daniel Leal, nice hat, comrade. Where is that hat? It's actually it's really comfortable and it's definitely warm.
That's lovely.
You like it?
I do. I think it's great. I think you should wear it everywhere you go.
It's really comfortable. I wonder, could you see if they have one like in sable? I'd like one in sable.
Yeah, I'll get right on that. And without the Russian, patch on the front. I could get you one with a Wi-Fi's patch on the front.
And we could put it on the store and sell it for what, $700?
Well,
Spetsnaz. Doing the Russian thing tonight. 11 Canadian aliens may be extra dimension beings, archons, reptilians, and we may be an electromagnetic holographic universe, a simulation of sorts. Look up David Icke. I know David's work very, very well. I mean, he's the godfather of the lizard people stories. And look, if you're into the reptilian stuff, he's the guy to look into. Grab his books on Amazon right now. But thanks, Spetsnaz. I appreciate that. The support. Christina Hinks is here. I like saying her name.
Oh yeah, tip of the morning, human.
Say her name. Feel how it sounds in your mouth.
Christina Hinks.
Doesn't it sound nice and feel nice in your mouth?
Sure.
Did you try it?
Hinks.
Does it feel nice?
It's very nice.
Nice in your mouth.
Very nice.
Yeah, pretty name.
She's Ukrainian. Get me a
Kravchenko.
with Hecklefish and I'll buy it. Got our shirts this week. Love them.
Okay, I
Careful
don't
with
believe
those fingers.
I don't believe in the simulation, but this comment was from like an hour ago. It had nothing to do with you just putting the hat on.
And yet?
Now. Yeah, I still don't believe in the simulation, but that was a little creepy. That one was a little creepy to me.
You don't believe in the simulation, but now that it's floating in your brain, you're starting to see synchronicities, aren't you?
Yeah, but I don't believe that one. But you know what time it is, though?
It's not Applebee's
Giveaway
time already, is it?
time!
No.
Yay!
All right.
Yay! Mega Chris said that's actually really weird. It is really weird, Mega Chris, because something would have had to have happened for him to decide to pick up the hat and put it on for us to talk about, because we literally, that comment was from like at least an hour ago.
Yeah.
So very strange. Quantum entanglement is what Don M said. And AJ and I totally had a quantum entanglement moment on the last.
So the word is,
Did you mute her? He muted you.
well, she was getting into a story, and it's time to do the giveaway.
Oh, you're getting
The whole thing.
Do-
did we?
You do you. Let's go.
Well, all right. Let's let her tell.
Okay, I'll tell the story since he's just being a smart aleck and putting me up here. So we had just done the video about quantum entanglement, and then we were doing a Discord AMA with our Patreon members. And I was here in my office at home, and AJ was at the office in the studio. And both of us turned our heads and sneezed the exact same way at the exact same time. It was a little freaky, but
We're in sync.
we are in sync. Isn't that nice?
Isn't that nice? Is that a lot of eye makeup you're wearing tonight? Let me see. Let me get a look at you.
Yeah.
Let's-
I always try to put on eye makeup for the stream.
Well, I think you look lovely tonight. I don't care what they say in the comments.
You just keep picking on me. Somebody called me Mrs. Frizzle in the comments.
Mrs. Frizzle, how dare you, sir? That's very funny, though. That was Mrs. Frizzle. That's okay. Let that
Yes,
go.
that's fine.
When they ask you to take your top off, that's a bridge too far.
It is a bridge too far. Yeah.
I have the word as Krevshanka, unless you want to go with something else.
No, that's great.
All right, here's how it works if you're just joining us. Which I don't know why you're joining us, but this is what we do. If Krevshanka is the word, just type it in as you see it. Spell it this way, no typos. And we're going to click draw, and randomly someone will be chosen, and they'll win a $50 gift card to the Wi-Fi store, shop.thewifiles.com. And Victoria will come over and she'll mow your lawn for you. So that's how that works, right?
Exactly.
It's not.
Or they can come to Discord and put in a help desk ticket and get their merchandise.
Yes.
Okay, well, we could probably get Gino to do something with the lawn. Russell Family Dentals has it correctly. David Robertson, that's right. Michelle, looking good. Everyone, good typos. Is this Krevshanka? John D's got it.
Wow.
Good. Thought we get more typos. Christina Hinks, I better win this one. The Matrix for the win.
Wouldn't that be freaky if she won? That would be
Yeah.
really, really crazy. See, all right, AJ, if you want to prove there's a simulation, I'm going on a limb here. If you want to prove there's a simulation, she's going to win.
That would be crazy, wouldn't it?
That
Yeah.
would be crazy because we have
Yellow
no way.
Umbrella
It's just
Homebrew
a thing.
crevice is not going to work. Mana's wondering if it's a country. It's not. It's a hat.
It's
It is very warm. I've tried that hat on.
Robert Witcher, a beautiful woman. That's good. That's fine. It
Well, thanks,
approaches
Robert.
the line, but you're fine there.
Did you see the guy that sent in a song, the lyrics for Toss a Coin to Your Witcher, but it was Toss a Heckle to Your Shekel, or Toss a Shekel to Your Heckle?
That's funny. Where did that come in?
It came into the email, and it's fantastic. He did the whole song. He didn't sing it, but he did the whole song. We need to get that great guy that does all of the covers to sing it for us.
I was talking to him recently
You
in
were?
a stream.
Oh, that guy is
yeah.
great.
Yeah, so I'll try and I'll try and grab him. He'll do something for the channel. I think he'd cover it if we asked him.
He's great.
Krev Hanka won't work. Someone putting in Krev shrinkage, that won't work. That's very funny.
Bruce is asking the guy from Brazil. No, he's Polish or Russian. I can't think of his name off the top of my head, but
It's Dovs something.
but he's great.
So I'm guessing I better be the goddamn devil.
That would be my mod. Sorry.
Crookshanks is there. That one could be Johnny B. Bad says Hecklefish Shanka. Cat had diarrhea will not win.
No.
Tongue punch and fart boxes will not win. What?
Gee, fuck.
Tongue punch and fart boxes? No.
Don't say it. Just don't say it, please. Aaron Ward, if you don't like it, you don't have to stay and watch.
Well, what is his problem?
He said, punch me, please. This is dumb. Well, then go watch something you don't find dumb. Sorry, guys. I'm a little punchy this evening. I apologize.
He's the one watching. I'm telling you that
I
this
know.
is not a professional live stream. This is not how to do it. But he's the one sitting here.
Somebody
With
said
10,000 others.
Dan Vask. Is that the guy's name? VASC. Anyway.
Did Hecklefish ever serve hard time? That's a good question. That's a good
I don't
question.
know. We find out little bits about his history as we go along, so it's
Someone
possible.
just said Jen dropping the law. Boom. All right, here it goes. Spinning the wheel. There's Spencer. There's Canna Queen's back. Johnny B. Bad is there. Wade, Crilly, Letty, Santiago. Something with Rob Groton. Rob Groton
Hey, Rob!
is the winner. And Victoria, looking forward to coming and cleaning out your garbage disposals.
Woo!
But
All right, so
Christina didn't win.
what does Rob have to do in order to collect his prize?
Please come to Discord and put in a help desk ticket, and I'll get with you. Get your gift certificate.
Yay!
Was that a lot of fun for everyone?
It was fun for me.
Well, that's what's important. Jordan, for 666, great episode. If you had to pick only one UFO alien story as being real, which one do you think is most likely to be true? I like the Holloman Air Force Base landing is probably my favorite. And I probably can't call up the video. It's so hard to find that video, and I need to bookmark it. That's one that really gets me, because the video was taken by a sergeant who's working that day. It wasn't like some random dude on a bridge. So I'd say that one, Jordan. Aliens, I don't know. I wish there was more evidence. Buzz Darkin is there, and Buzz really starting to look a lot like his pet.
Mm-hmm.
She agrees. Always pithy. Love the episode. Keep them coming. They make Thursday worthy. Well, I'm glad you think so, Buzz. JD is there. I get the self-criticism, but the channel is professional and amazing. Fish is witty, and the wifey is gorgeous, smart, and funny. You're living the dream. I really am. And sometimes I have to take a minute and remember that. Because no matter no matter how much successful you are, not that I'm talking about rich people, right? Everyone has the same anxiety, I think. Like, because think about when something good happens, or you constantly have that self-talk of, oh, when I get to this point, I'll finally be happy, or when this happens, I'll finally be happy. Because we all have had that point. And then think about when you got there. you were happy, but how long did it last before it was time to look for the next thing? So it's something I struggle with daily. I appreciate that, JD. A cougar's cub. I witnessed a UFO in the Chook Pass area of Washington. It was like a wingless drone or missile. It made absolutely no noise. It was following the river. That's interesting. A wingless drone or missile. Describe that in the chat, Cougar's Cub. I'd like to know what that looked like. Apache, $50.
I'm a goldfish. In a steel bowl I swim. I wanted a tip. I wanted a tip.
I had to get Diet Coke. Apache, $50. Thank you.
Where have you been?
I had to get something to drink and I had to use the restroom.
There she goes, working on her own Philosopher's Stone out there. Dolores Cannon has a belief system that is awesome and positive. You guys are awesome. Well, thanks, Apache. I appreciate the support. Really helps, especially when you're demonetized like we were last week. Galia the Hiker for 25 of those. Great episode. Hope this pick is better than the kale one. Did she have a kale pick? Is that what happened?
Oh yeah, remember she had the kale in her mouth and you kept saying she had something on her face.
Right. She had the sore. It was like a green cold sore.
You
It was like
bantered her so much she changed her avatar
to a very beautiful one.
Yes,
it was like
it's
it was like a crusty green herp just living on her face. Just parked on her face.
Would you stop? Galia the Hiker, the beautiful photo.
It's a very nice photo. Thank you. You didn't have to change it for my account. I hope that wasn't why you did. What?
You made fun of it every time she gave you money.
Well, was it funny or not?
Look.
See, Spetsnaz is back for 11 Canadian. Antarctica's Hidden History, Corporate Foundations of Secret Space Programs, book by Dr. Michael Salla. Nazi-U.S. collaboration. All right. What are we talking about? Look at that. No, hang on. This is, when you're learning how to do the live stream, this is not the one that they tell you to look at. All right. So, Antarctica, it's so much to type. How about Dr. Michael Salla? Oh, so he's got all the stuff. UFO, occult, galactic federations. It just can't be the same guy, is it? Spetsnaz, this is fiction. It's fiction, no?
I don't think it's the same guy.
You don't think it's the same guy?
I mean, oh, no, there. Oh, maybe. I don't know.
Here it is. So Antarctica's Hidden History. So this isn't this a fiction series?
I can't see your screen. I mean, I can see it, but it's tiny.
I know, it's tiny. From book one, classified space programs have been an integral part of a complex jigsaw puzzle concerning UFOs, extraterrestrial life, ancient civilizations, and advanced aerospace technologies, which have long defied any coherent understanding. Now, finally, we have something to put all the pieces together with the disclosures of secret space program whistleblower Corey Goode. Spetsnaz. Corey Goode lied. Detailed investigation of Goode's. He didn't tell the truth. And Other insider testimony reveals the big picture of parallel world, secret space programs, and extraterrestrial alliances. Learn from this book how the Vril Nazi flying saucer programs in the 1930s gave birth to the Dark Fleet. So it's, it's intriguing, but it's fiction.
Mm.
I'm sorry.
You should probably put up the last call for the super chats.
But
Well, let's see. No, we'll wait. We'll wait until 9, but you've got 164 in the hopper. So.
and she's down there in the window. Yellow Umbrella, great episode. So happy to see you break the premiere record. Me too. You and the gang deserve it. Thank you for great, intelligent content. I thought we had a shot at the record, Yellow Umbrella Homebrew. How usually my yardstick is, as you know, when you go to the premiere, before it airs, there's a little trailer, which is usually just the first chapter of the episode. So I could see how many people clicked and watched that. And usually it correlates with how many people watch the trailers, how many are in the live stream. So I hope for 10,000 views of the trailer to get 10,000 in the live stream, in the premiere, which I think is plenty. But this week we got about 25,000 people watch the trailer. So I'm watching that going, hey, we got a shot. But I wasn't sure how many people would jump over, because when a video is demonetized by YouTube, it's like it drags the whole channel down, because YouTube won't recommend that video to anybody. It's like the channel goes away. So I don't know how many people were going to get the notification. So tonight was really a pleasant surprise, but I got to be honest, I needed it. Because our numbers have not been great lately, and we're kind of trending down for a couple of weeks, and then last week was a really kick in the gut. Deidre wants to know she wants to know if you're Italian.
She wants to know if you're Italian.
She wants to know if you're Italian.
We're both Italian.
Well, we're part.
We're part Italian.
We're part.
So
You want to be mostly Italian with the mix. I think that's perfect. You don't want to be fully Italian. It's too Italian.
it's too
much.
Too Italian.
It's too much. So you want to have
more Italian than I am. I'm only like a quarter Italian. I think you're half, maybe.
Half and change.
And change.
But I'm from New York, so it's the law. But Deidre Green, I want to know what you are. Put it in the chat. Torvik is there with his Mandalorian avatar. Did you watch? You didn't bailed out of Mandalorian, right? Terrible.
I haven't gotten through it all, but I feel like the last season's going to have a few good episodes.
So you haven't seen any of season 3 yet?
I haven't, not yet.
So season 1 was very good. Season 2 was okay. I got through it, but season 3 is terrible.
All right. I think I'm going to like it.
He's got a good friend on it to stop saying how bad it is.
It's not Tate's fault that it's terrible.
I'm just saying.
It's Dave Filoni's fault. All right. You let him know I said so. I know I watch a lot of After Files, but I catch myself singing Hecklevich's versions of songs. Love the channel. Thanks, Torvik. Yeah, you're watching too much. Don't watch that much of this. You come in for 15 minutes, you say hi, you see what's going, you drop a super chat in the till, and then you split. You don't stay the whole time. It's too much. It's too much After Files.
No, you stay the whole time.
And even Victoria doesn't want to stay the whole time.
She has to, though.
Yeah, that's what she just said. She said, I don't want to, but I have to.
That's not what she said. You had her muted.
I saw her mouth that.
No, you didn't.
Thanks, Torvik. I appreciate the support. Sonny A is there for $20.
I like big tips and I cannot lie. You other fish can't deny.
What's she making that face for?
Because,
Tip. What was that?
how did you get it, Mr. Naughty?
All the mods got it off eBay.
No way! You found him! Oh my god, that's fantastic!
They still sell him. If we tell where, they
don't
might
tell
wonder why
where.
they're all of a sudden selling a lot.
Right.
I think my Mr. Naughty is bigger than her Mr. Naughty.
Your Mr. Naughty is bigger, but
It's
Mine
girthier,
is
it's
Mr.
longer, and I think mine is ribbed for pleasure.
It's very nice.
Please stop
You're-
stroking Mr. Naughty. I don't like the way she does that.
oh my god.
Did you? She did it,
Hey, you commented on it.
and I don't like she's like fingertip stroking.
Stop it.
I don't,
Stop it.
That's terrible form. Hello, Wild House crew. Keep up the good work. Don't lose heart. Stay healthy, safe, and inspired. Good luck. We're all counting on you. Don't count on us, Sonny. I appreciate the support, but don't put your faith here. I tell silly stories and I talk to a fish. There's Casey Jones. Thank you for supporting. What's Casey doing in his avatar?
He is sitting outside on
See how- He looks like he's in an interrogation room. Is he being interrogated?
No, he's sitting
What
outside.
What
on
crime
like
do you
a-
think he committed? Just judging by his face. You don't, and I wouldn't peg him as a criminal, would you?
No, I wouldn't.
But that goes to show you that you just never know.
You never know.
in
Sometimes a
someone's heart.
gentleman in a polo shirt sitting outside looks like a criminal, apparently.
You said it, not me. Your words. Your words. Math girl giving 3.14 in the till. Very, very clever. Now she's a math girl. How old are you, Hecklefish? I don't know how old he is exactly, math girl, but he's in his 50s. There's Pegasus Angels back for $49.99.
He must have needed to use the restroom.
Mhm.
I'm a fish and I'm a star. So put more dough in my jar. The type of vodka that I need is Belvedere. I need to buy a tinfoil hat. So please click the super chat. We all know the government is listening.
It's just funny to watch the views, like the live views, just going down and down during his song. Just down they go. People are like, and I'm out. As soon as he comes on, they're like, that's enough. Which is fair. I don't know why anyone watches this. Do you, Jennifer? Nope. She doesn't know. But we'll keep doing it. We'll keep doing it. Lizard people, congrats on so many milestones tonight. The record-breaking premiere views and the video being the top 1 of 10. That's right. I gotta say, the intro video tonight was amazing. Hey, is it still running at 1 of 10? Hang on, let me. Your mic's muted for some reason. I don't know why. It would possibly
You
be
did it.
muted. What are you pointing? You stabbing? You very stabby with your fingers. Very.
You muted all of us. You didn't
Don't-
like us talking over Hecklefish.
Well, you can't do that.
We're still running at 1 of 10, and it's had 221,000 views so far.
Pegasus Angel's right.
Yes,
She's usually right about stuff, though. She's
She
on the
is.
ball. That one.
she's
You know how
on
she
the
is.
ball.
She's on the ball. X Raymer for $20.
Oh, thank you for stuffing the old tip jar, human.
We got to give some shout outs now. Laura
Oh
Lai.
my God! Wait, So we just got to X Raymer's comment,
Lorelai.
and he just posted when you put it up there. I paid $20 for a super chat 2 hours ago. My kids wanted to hear a shout out, and now they're asleep.
Well, go
You-
wake their asses up. Get up, Jonah. Bring us in there.
He literally just posted that. I had typed at him earlier that you hadn't gotten to them yet. But
It's-
that's the second time something weird like that has happened tonight.
I'm sure it's not a simulation.
It's
I'm
not.
sure it's not.
It's not.
It just this stuff keeps happening over and over every time you see it. I'm sure.
It's not a simulation.
Well, Lorelai and Jonah, X Raymer, if you're still watching, just remember 225, 225, 225. Just put it in your brains. 225, because this stream will be up on the channel almost immediately after live. And at 225, Lorelai and Jonah have a big shout out. And they're super fans.
Lorelai and Jonah! Woo!
And shoot me an email and Hecklefish will send them a quick hello. And there's B Form B. You didn't debunk the guy with the telescope pics. He's so his pictures have been, like, experts have said his techniques are valid, B Form B. But plenty of people have said that they have been able to replicate his technique with, I think it was tinfoil and Tinker Toys. So what I would recommend is check out his site. What was his name? John Leonard Walson. He's on YouTube. That's his handle, John Leonard Walson, and just look at his stuff. So a lot of it, granted, a lot of it is weird. You know, not super crazy weird. A lot of it is weird. But he has lots of videos that are very, very interesting. Like the helicopter videos that I included tonight, those were from his channel, from his backyard. Now, I don't know where he's in England. My rational mind, my non-conspiracy mind says this guy must live near like an RAF base. He must, because the helicopters are flying so low over his house. And he has the videos there. They're not random. It's there, and you hear him talking, like holding his phone up, like they're there. And he freeze frames on the helicopters, and you see men in the helicopters looking at his house. But there's more. He says that his eyes were burned by the spotlights, like the lights shining from the helicopters into his yard. And I saw that, and I thought it was weird. And I'm watching, and I'm looking, and I'm watching. And then he has videos of the helicopters, and he's showing them spotlighting his house. So what, that's why are they doing that? And then he has other videos of them, like, hanging out of the sides of the aircraft looking down. Now, we've all had helicopters flying around us. Have you ever seen one that's just 50 feet above your house with guys hanging out, shining lights in your backyard? I mean, we had that one time, but we were in a rough neighborhood in LA. We had it was an active shooter situation. I'm just saying we had an active shooter, right?
That was crazy. Are you talking about when they were all in our front yard? And
Well,
I'm
I'm
like,
just
what's going
I'm
on?
just
And
letting
you're like,
Before Me know. I'm just letting Before Me know that helicopters flying that low is very strange. But
Yes.
it did happen to us one time when we had a shooter in the yard.
Yes. Can you put up the last call banner? And
I thought you said we had time.
Well, I said it a half an hour ago.
Oh, it was?
Well, no, it was.
Are you sure it
20
wasn't
minutes
maybe 17 minutes ago? So Before Me, check out his channel. And then his photography. He has great stuff about the moon, by the way. I didn't realize it was the same guy that when I was researching the moon, the hollow moon story, that I looked at a bunch of his stuff, because he whatever gear he's using, and I think it's an 8-inch Meade telescope, but he has it, tricked out. He has these great shots of the moon, and he has videos of like lunar transit phenomena, which are super fun. And he's just captured some weird stuff happening on the moon. So I've seen a bunch of his videos, and then Mike sends in this script about with tonight's referencing him again, and then his luminance layering technique is very, very interesting. And I don't know specifically how it works. He doesn't really show you. I described it where he overlays visible light and infrared and ultraviolet. He overlays them. And that's luminance layering. And allegedly that's a valid technique. Okay. But I don't understand how that really works. What technology he's using there. I don't understand how it works. And I don't know exactly what he's doing post-processing to get the images. But if we just assume that what he's doing is legit, the images that he's pulling from near space are crazy, and they definitely look like craft. I don't know if they're craft. They look like structures. To me, they look like structures. They don't look like big ships, but they look like stuff that's up there. And I can't explain how they're up there. So before me, I can't really debunk anything because what he's doing works. But he could be making it up. I don't know. People have replicated it using nonsense. But he's been doing this a long time. And I'm sure he has his detractors, but he has his fans too. Either way, if you watch tonight's episode and you're sitting here watching this thing, whatever this is, then I know that you like this stuff. So go check out his channel, and you'll really dig the videos. And sort his videos by popular, because he has a lot of stuff on there, a lot of weird stuff. And I mean, you could just watch all of his videos if you want to see him playing music and stuff. But I would sort by popular so you can get to the good stuff. There's Fu Man is back, $4.99. For the record, Mel's Hole is my go-to for sending people to check out the channel. Hecklefish is my spirit animal. Everybody loves looking inside Mel's Hole. They want to know what's going on in there.
I almost wore my Mel's Hole t-shirt tonight instead of this one.
You were going to wear your Mel's Hole t-shirt?
Yeah, but I put this one on instead.
Well, I would ask you to show us, but then they'll start talking in the comments.
I'll just do this.
No.
Camp Greenfoot.
Camp Greenfoot. And I made that one, didn't I?
I made this one.
Well, it's my favorite
I
one.
made it and you went, but what does it mean?
Hang on. Someone's clicking things. Let me get back to where I was. Got... Well, she gets very excited with her clicker finger. It's because she's all warmed up from stroking that little Mr. Naughty.
Hey.
For the record, Mel's Hole is my go-to for sending people to check out the channel. It's one of my favorites too, and I'm surprised at how well that video has done. And we have a couple other hole stories in the hopper. I mean, Jen was pushing me. She said, "Let's be the whole channel. Let's embrace it. Just embrace the holes."
Well, we've had like 8 different holes sent into the tips line. So I think we should just pick 3 or 4 holes and do like a listicle video about holes. Why not?
Remember last week when you were saying something kind of dirty and you didn't realize until you had already said it and it was all over and done with, why people were...
Yeah, I do that sometimes.
What was it that you said that time?
Oh, I don't even remember. It was bad. And as soon as it came out of my mouth, I was like, that is just, no, that is not how I meant it. And I really, it was bad.
I forget you were talking like knob goblin or something you were talking about. I don't remember. Rob Ashley, having worked for the Air Force for 6 years, if it came out there was a project like that, it wouldn't surprise me at all. We're the most shady branch in the military. That's That's because you guys are the smartest. But yeah, you're shady. You are shady. I appreciate the support, Rob. Dickerson Designs, definitely do something like Art Bell Spooky Matter sometime. Oh, I remember that. Hey, Hecklefush, best joke about toilet paper and Captain Kirk. I peed myself, but just a little. A lot of bathroom activities at Dickerson's life, huh?
You know, sometimes it happens when you laugh too hard.
But that's why you do those kegels, right? Is that was his name?
Robert has not made a comment yet tonight. I was just telling
Robert Kegel. Where is he at?
I don't know. Maybe he got tired of you making fun of his name, and he decided not to comment anymore.
Oh, well, that just
I'm
hurt
just
my
teasing.
feelings.
What?
Theo, Bono has nothing on you. Is that like a? Was that? Is that like a Sonny and Cher joke?
No, Bono.
And he was married to Cher, was it? And he was a congressman, and he died skiing. That's the guy. Mitch, altogether, I need a Wi-Fi's dating app to find a viewing partner. I think we could probably just fix him up with someone on the Discord, right? Maybe Rune Lady, I could be a good one. I mean, although I'm concerned about what he's doing in that avatar. It looks like he's mounted somebody, and he's yanking them by the ears and having his way.
It looks like he's riding a giant statue of a snail.
Or that.
Well, Mitch, the first thing we're going to do is change your profile picture. We're going to get you all fixed up. But we'll get you squared away. Yeah, Jen's intrigued by it. She's there. Maybe you're onto something with the mounting the slug. You might be onto something. But come in the Discord. We've got. I mean, we could fix you up with Lulykins. We could fix you up with Rune Lady. We could. I mean, I don't know if Victoria's not. She's not looking for a side piece or anything, right? She's not. No, she's good. I don't know. I'm asking. I don't know what her life is like.
You don't need to try. You don't need to be setting up any of the women on the Discord.
I don't mind.
Well, I'm sure you don't, but it's fine.
I just want to bring some love into their lives. All right. Well, that concludes the dating portion of the program. Joe P, 989, incredible episode. Loved it. 32,000 tonight. Nice After Files theme. This is by far the best channel on YouTube. You guys are awesome. I think the episodes are pretty good, but the live streams are lacking. But your beard, you lead the league in beard, that's for sure. Corky Baylor's here. Greer is a little weird, agenda driven. Yeah, because why are you making faces?
Because you shouldn't you do that on purpose.
Yeah, Corky, I know what you're talking about, and what bothers me is how much money that he charges or makes for his services on his website. Thousands and thousands of dollars. Like you go and take his seminar and it's thousands and thousands of dollars. Plus, your hotel and all that. It could all be legit, but when there's so much money at stake, it makes me suspicious. Even if it doesn't start that way, because we're only human, right? Maybe you start giving talks and seminars and you're making $500 a night or whatever. And then your fees go up a little bit. And then people want your attention. So it takes a little bit more money. And then they want to spend a week with you. So you make a couple of bucks and you think, oh, this is working out. And 1,000 turns to 2, turns to 3, turns to 5. And then I think that's human nature. But the transactional part of the relationship with him is, I don't want to say concerning. That's not really what I mean, but it's like it's so much money that it makes me look at everything sort of with a more suspicious eye, as opposed to someone who just, no one should do anything for free, but he makes a lot of money from what he does. Eric Pointer's there.
Thank you, human. I'm getting killed on alimony and guppy support payments over here.
I just want to comment. I just want to make a comment to everybody in the comments that's concerned. Victoria's dog is fine. She didn't just throw it. She put it down on the couch. So
There's a couch.
I thought she's just rough. I thought she's just rough because she was like, "Oh, go!"
the couch is right there. Everybody thought you just threw the dog. It's like
Look at how she's manhandling that dog.
the dog is wonderful and fabulous.
Do we need to call someone to
No,
as an intervention? The dog's going to be okay. I just want to know the
the
dog's going
dog
to be
is
okay.
fine. The dog is absolutely fine. Everybody in the comments was like, "Oh, she threw the dog." It's like, no.
Well, someone in the chat, can you get us the ASPCA's number? Just drop it in the chat.
Would
The
you
dog is so
stop it?
spoiled. Please.
She's trying to get back on her lap. The dog is fine.
I had to put a
What's going
chair
on
here
with
so she could be close.
What's going on with Jen's voice there?
I've been sick for a week, and this is what
Sounds
I
like it's
sound
coming
like.
back.
Yeah, it's coming
Look
back.
at this super chat. You need somebody to write you a Face on Mars episode. This is Mike Barra, who wrote tonight's episode. Well, Mike wrote a lot. We probably half and half. We half and halved it. Mike, if you want, I'll send you the shooting script so you can see what I did. What I did mostly to Mike's script was I took out a lot of his big fancy words because he's a smart guy. And I can't really understand. Like he writes something and he writes a whole paragraph with no punctuation because he's just a long thing with a lot of big words. And I don't know what it says. So then I just copy all that and I drop it into Chat GPT and I say, change this so I can understand it because I'm an idiot. And then I know what he's talking about.
That's not what you did. He did a great job. He did a great
He
job.
did. And if he wants
Yes.
to write a Face on Mars episode, I think people would like that.
Yep.
All that Sidonia stuff. And well, Mike's got to write the JFK script. He's got a full plate.
He's got a full plate.
And man, tonight's episode is running #1. That's not going to help us with it regarding his rates, is it?
No.
Probably not. But I'm glad you said it out loud.
Well, this is why that we charge $200 for a mug.
$250.
Hardly Cooking is addicted to the Y-Files. I'm glad that doesn't hurt anybody. Love Peace, $5 travel. Love Peace traveled in time. In the future, people will have dinner, not lunch and dinner. I believe that.
What?
George, untapped value for $20.
Cha-ching! I appreciate the tip, human. Time to hit the tables, baby.
Okay, George Knapp is involved. Dominoes will drop soon. Great Simulator and Alien Worlds by David McCready. Your channel radiates love and playfulness, the building blocks of our reality. Well, I'm glad you think so, Untapped. That's what we go for, is fun. You know, I don't think anyone covers the weird topics and has fun. It's all very serious or it's all very debunking. But you have intrigued me with your comment. I don't know how George Knapp is involved. And all due respect to George. All due respect to George Knapp, I don't know why he would be involved in anything. But if he is, let me know specifically. Email me because he's here in town. I'll reach out to him. I'll talk to him. I'll ask him whatever I need to ask him. So Great Simulator, David. That name sounds familiar. Great Simulator is a cutting edge. Oh, hang on. You're not. The practical guide to recognizing the amazing illusion you're experiencing. Oh, I like the sound of this. Have you noticed that the life you're living is just a fantastic illusion? What relevance is that to you? You have bills to pay and people to look after. Whether you're living in a universe of non-existent matter is not one of your pressing concerns. This is untapped value. Always good reading suggestions. I don't know why the ratings are so low. Let's see. I wish I just bought part 3. All right. Don't like the book. Don't like him. All right. Never mind. Never mind those. All right, so I'm going to grab this one, Untapped, because it's speaking my language. Because as you know, Jen and I both agree that we are living in a simulation. We both agree on that. Go Jazz. Can you do a story on Gary McKinnon?
What?
And you didn't watch tonight's episode, did you?
I did.
What was it about?
It was about Solar Warden and the secret space program that has giant ships, and Reagan wrote about it in his journal with the 300 people. And
It was about Gary McKinnon.
okay, well, so then Jazz didn't watch the episode.
He didn't watch. He just comes on the live. Why would you? Here's how to do it. Here's what you do. You watch the episodes on the channel, and you don't watch this. You don't watch this, but you don't watch the live streams here and not the videos. That's bananas. Why would you do that?
Maybe he prefers the live streams. I don't know. You can be incredulous. Some people, 10,138.
Pardon me for being incredulous. Jose MC for $20. I like Hecklefish. He's hilarious. He said yabba dabba do a couple of times, which confirms he's from the Flintstones universe. He could be. It could be. He does like saying that. Thanks for the support, Jose. Farrar Drums is back.
Just wiggle it, just a little bit. I say wiggle it. Thanks for the tip, human.
Does Hecklefish have a secret fleet of submarines to impose war on crab cats? If not, he needs to start making crab cat destroyers. Those dang crab cats are trying to take over, but we will win, man. I don't know. Crab cats are tough. They're tough to beat. I mean,
They're tough to beat.
they live in that shadow reality
Yeah.
between dimensions.
And
Don't
they're
they?
not cuddly like cats. They're fast like cats. They've got crazy claws and exoskeletons.
You're
All
gonna
super.
you're gonna scare the children with those.
I'm
What are you
just
doing? Are
gonna
you
keep.
look? Are you milking something? What is she milking? Disgusting. Milk something on this show. Chichu98, are you going to do Greer's Disclosure 2.0 on June 12th, 2023 at National Press Club? That's right. You're going to try and go, huh? They're not going to let you sneak a camera in, are they? That's going to be really interesting. I'm definitely going to watch. What do you think his appearance fee is for that? I'm joking. Of course. It's totally legit. I'm definitely going to watch that. Dr. Greer aside, it's who is he going to bring up to talk? He's always got a good cast of people. Unfortunately, a few of them from the last one are gone mysteriously. But let's see who he brings up. Mark that in your calendars. Paul's back. Any time travelers meet me for lunch yesterday? Victoria's available for lunch yesterday. Robert prayed there for $10. I always thought that the SDI continued somehow. That's totally believable. I thought that's UTI. Because I was going to say, didn't you have an SDI? But that was something else. I thought the SDI continued somehow. That's totally believable. I don't think the fleet is that advanced, though. Great episode. Thanks. I think you're right, Robert. I mean, that would make sense. Why would you start? I mean, is there any defense program that's been started that they stopped? It only gets bigger.
No, it gets bigger and they just get more money.
Well, you're very cynical.
Can I say something?
Steely for $5. What are the most important factors to you in deciding if you think someone's testimony about subjects like UFO is credible? Didn't you start a joke last week that you didn't get to finish?
I'm not going to start it again because you're just going to cut me off again.
Don't you want to start your joke?
Steely, you know, what's interesting though, when you ask about that, you're asking about UFOs, but when we were doing research for Mothman, um, and watching people being interviewed, it's really interesting because there's some people that just seem really super credible and believable, and then there are other people that just sound like they're making it up. So, I mean, I don't know. How do you decide if someone's testimony is credible?
You're asking me, or are you being rhetorical?
No, I'm asking you.
Well, you're talking about Mothman. So some of the people that they were interviewed sounded credible because they weren't adding anything to the story. Like when someone says, "This is what I saw, but it didn't have red eyes, and I don't know about the wings or anything, but I saw this." You know, when they start to downplay the story, makes them sound more credible to me. Then we had one guy in the documentary who saw the Mothman and the wings, and then he saw angels, and then Jesus was there, and Santa gave him a hug, and the Tooth Fairy gave him a wedgie. Like it was a whole thing. And it's like, well, that's too much. It's, you know, so I like the people that are just like, this is what I saw. I'm not saying anything. This is what I saw. I'm not saying it was real. I saw it.
I mean, the thing about UFOs is that so many people have said that they've seen them. So many people. You would feel like, you would think that there would just be footage falling out of the sky of UFOs and aliens and all that stuff. So I don't, you know.
Did you ever
I'm
see
not
one?
No, I haven't.
Do you believe that they're real?
I mean, you know, we talk about, is it Fermi's paradox? That there just should, I mean, with all infinite space, if there were aliens, we should have met them by now, right? So I don't know. I mean, I think there's a lot of stuff that they talk about that are UFOs, or I guess UAPs is the new phrase for it now. But I feel like a lot of them are unidentified objects, flying objects, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there's green men from, you know, light years away that have made them and sent crafts. It could just be somebody else on the earth have made technology that on our side we don't understand what it is yet, and we see it flying around, and so it's a UFO because it's unidentified. But I also believe that we had ancient civilizations that had really advanced technology that got lost, and we kind of had to start all over again.
So you believe that, but you don't believe the simulation theory?
Yeah, but we're finding stuff all over the place that doesn't make any sense. That's super old. What, 12,000, 14,000, 17,000 years old that has
Oh, I thought you meant advanced. Like go
well,
back
advanced, like they're, you know, they've created monuments that they've cut these huge stones with such precision that we can't even cut them today with the technology that we have. So how did they do it, you know, 4,000 years ago with a chisel and a hammer? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make sense to me either, but that's not the mainstream theory. Chisel and hammer and ropes and pulleys and ramps.
Right.
We don't buy it.
I don't buy it.
She doesn't buy it. I don't either. There's Keith and Tasha Eichley are here. Again, see? I got it. I read it ahead of time and I practiced in my head, but I got it. Again, great. But so Tasha loves the glasses, and Jen's shirt with the Bigfoot is awesome. As always, be safe and be kind. Rune Lady needs to be on a shirt.
She made a mug tonight. I put it in Slack for you.
No. All right, let me check Slack.
Under the three of us.
Oh no, I don't want to log in. It's too much.
Oh.
Well, isn't her avatar kind of like a creepy meme?
Yeah, it's from Creepypasta.
So I don't think we can use that, can we?
Maybe not.
copyrights and such.
Copyrights and such.
Oh, look at that! Yeah, I
It
don't know.
says,
if we
can
can-
I?
Can I block
block-
Rune Lady?
That's funny. What's going on in their iCar? Is that in the icon? Is that Keith and Tasha in the avatar? Both of them? Jen, do you think you and I should both together in our avatars change them so both of us are in there?
Yes, I.
We're not doing that. Not doing that. But look, I think they're adorable. Just because we're not going to do it, they're still
They're
adorable,
so
aren't they?
cute.
Aren't
They're
they?
so cute.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your meal with the show. Kaiju Thunder is there. Loves the show. One more thing on Bird. The way his son Richard died was so weird. I'd link the Wikipedia article, but YouTube won't let me. That's a new thing that's going on with YouTube. I think as of April 1st is they're not letting links through from certain places. Pardon me, I'm belching. This is not a professional. Oh, let me show you what I'm doing. So Richard Bird. I remember how he died. His son Richard. Admiral. I think. Oh, there he is. Richard Bird Jr. Personal death. He died on or about October 3rd, 1988 at the age of 68. His body was, oh, that's right. His body was found in a warehouse in Baltimore. He got missing after being placed on a train in Boston. Train on Boston bound for Washington, D.C. Bird was supposed to attend the National Geographic Society event honoring the 100th anniversary of his father's birth, but never arrived. The cause of his death was dehydration and malnutrition, which resulted from Alzheimer's disease. He was buried near his father in Arlington. Yeah, I think he was homeless, is what happened there, Kaiju Thunder. I think he was homeless, unless there's more to it, because it's definitely intriguing. But I remember reading that story. I think he was homeless. I don't know if we know how, like, who put him on the train. Yeah, there's weird stuff with there. There's weird stuff with that story. Nicely done. Fed is there. Do you think the recent UFOs being shot down by the U.S. are related in any way to this? I don't think so. I don't think they are, Feta. But who knows for sure? They won't tell us one way or the other. But something smells like China with all that. Genesis for $10. Love the channel. Love the guests on your channel idea. You and Hecklefish have a great sense of hosting a conversation. You'd bring a voice of reason to some wild but awesome topics. I hope so. Jenna.
Sorry, I was coughing.
I hope so. I don't know. I think it'd be fun to do, but I don't know. A lot of other people do it. Eric Dieter, loving Dan with music on repeat. By the way, there's a Hecklefish in my brain bowl. Shout out to my kiddos, Jace, Finn, and Mama Lulu. Is
Hi,
that
Lulu, Finn, and Jace. Thank you all for watching.
is Lulu the mama, or is that one of the Chad's names is Mama Lulu?
I'm assuming the mom is Lulu and the kiddos are Jace and Finn.
Okay, I'm just
Since he didn't put her age in parentheses, I'm assuming that is the mom.
that actually makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
Yes.
I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna put Jen's age in the chat right now.
You are not.
What?
Let's see what. Oh,
Aww.
that's very.
There's Wabash. Thank you for supporting the channel. Appreciate that. $10. Christopher Landon. AJ, have you and or Jen, Gino, Victoria ever seen a UFO? And if so, would it be enough to do a show on it? Jen, have you ever seen a UFO?
No.
Victoria, you ever seen a UFO?
Nope.
Gino, UFO?
I have.
Oh, okay.
Well, I was driving about 3:30 in the morning, up or down the five on in California from Sacramento to LA, and
Uh,
I saw
just Jen does the directions on this channel. You just stick to the story.
and as I'm driving, I seen something really large on the horizon, like really large and lit up orange, and um, it looked like a cloud of something. Is the best way I could explain it. Again, I'm not saying it was a flying saucer. I'm saying it was an unidentified object in the sky. I don't know what it could have been at that point at night, but that's what I saw.
I remember you telling me about this.
Yeah. Again, it was
Was it moving?
it wasn't move it, well it, yeah it was moving because eventually it went over the horizon for me and just disappeared, and so I was trying to figure it out. I pulled the car over, and I can't believe it's like one of those things that you hear a million times. How come you didn't pull out your phone? I can't believe I didn't pull out my phone. I even got out of the car to look at it. So it's such a strange thing. Like, I was more blown away by other cars. Like, just there wasn't many cars on the road, but passing me, and no one else stopping to see it. But it was tremendously big in the sky.
Oh, there you go, Christopher. I remember him talking about that, and Gino wouldn't make that one up. Hang on, Jen's going to add to the conversation. Let's see what she's got.
I'm not going to add to the conversation. I'm
Oh.
going to say, do you need to order Applebee's?
No. I got too fat. No Applebee's.
Okay. Do you need to put up the banner for
What should it say?
last call
What should
for
it say?
super chats? Last call for super chats.
It's not up there.
Oh, when did you put that up there?
Got to keep her on her toes. Oh, there's a thumbs up from Janine Gentil. I don't know how to pronounce. How do you pronounce her name? Nah, just kidding. That's my auntie. That's Auntie Janine. Hi, Auntie. Silent Dusk is back. $50.
Yo, yo, moo la la. Yo, fish really need some money. I need to buy some stuff. Fish really need some money. YouTube don't pay enough. Fish really need some money. So click the super chat. Like that.
That's Rihanna, my favorite.
These are people that watch the live chats very closely, because somebody, Aura in the chat just asked what happened to cousin what's her face, because my cousin Stacy would comment.
Where's Stacy at?
I don't know. I haven't seen her for a while, but it goes super fast, so it's hard to tell sometimes.
Well, why would you
all right.
tell your cousin to watch this? This is a hot mess. Don't let her see this.
I didn't tell her to watch.
Don't tell anyone to watch. This is embarrassing. Don't let them see it.
So you need to let me do the housekeeping, though. You've called super chat last call, so we'll keep taking super chats until 9:40, and then we're gonna stop, because I want you to be able to get through all of the super chats before.
Well, we got to get cracking, because we've got 153 in the hopper and only about an hour to go.
I know. So just saying.
So we got to get it popping.
Keep it popping.
Hope you don't mind. Uncle was a contractor and I was an air traffic controller in the Army. I rarely talk about the desert, but there we were in the madhouse. Thanks for providing a safe space for us misfits. Love you guys and what you do. Rock on. You're welcome, Silent Dust. I'm glad you're part of the family. I didn't know that you worked in air traffic in the Army. That's interesting. It's either Wabash again for $10 or I lost my place. Brian Parker, Terry Pratchett, Discworld.
Got me?
Something with an E, 543. Well, the DoD keeps mysteriously losing track of trillions of dollars. And if you wanted to have massive orbital shuttles without anybody seeing them, you could put it in Antarctica. Just saying, you're absolutely right. And about losing track of the trillions of dollars, here's what the DoD gets to do. One of the only departments that can do this. If they lose money, billions, when at the end, when they do their budget, it will say missing $185 billion. So they go 185. It's fine. And then they submit that and they're good. They're squared out. That's how they balance their checkbook. They just write it in. What's that called? When you just put some transaction that means nothing in there.
Fraudulent.
Okay. That's not what I was looking for, but that works too. Pentagon, not very good at QuickBooks Online. Michael Will for $2. Can you please enable CC next stream if possible?
Closed caption. Closed caption.
Why is it not turned on?
Do you have to turn it on through StreamYard?
Nope. I think you just got to click the little buttony button down there. What is it? What is that? Is that just a big cock?
Yeah.
Okay, she likes that.
Don't.
She likes the
Don't.
sound of that. There's Demigod Dinero for $9.99. What about the Israeli space security chief? Chaim Eshed claims. I don't know that one, Demigod. But you send that in the tips line. I'm interested. Atlas in Formation, $10 Canadian.
Ooh, I finally love hearing the phrase, just the tip.
Solar Warden is part of the alien invasion false flag black op. There are no hostile ETs, only enlightened beings have manned interstellar travel. I hope you're right. I don't think you are, but I hope you're right. You know, unless the extraterrestrials are wired very differently than we are, but living beings are wired to compete and survive, are they not? I mean, we've kind of lost some of that edge the last few years, but in general, that's how nature works, right? Compete and survive. So if there's another species, it has evolved because it has outcompeted other species on the planet, like we outcompeted Neanderthals or the other hominid species. So you would think that they evolved the same way. And to do so, you have to have a little bit of aggression, right? And you can't, no matter what Twitter tells you, you can't get rid of the aggression. Brady Campbell, $4.99. I'm waiting for the episode that when we reach the final segment, AJ says, it's real. I couldn't debunk it. And a shrug. There's a few of those, Brady. There are a few episodes like that, you know, that I even went in with thinking this story is kind of wacky. Like the moon is an example. Then I ended it with, you know, I don't know. The hollow moon is a crazy one. I always go back to that one because it was so shocking to me. Because I stopped writing it like my worldview had been altered. You know, it's like one of those things. Like after your first child is born, you're different. After you get married, you're different. And for me, it's like there was my life before the hollow moon, and my life ever since. ZBD for 25 pounds. This show helped me through dark times. Please use the message to give a shout out to mental health awareness. And that is not a weakness to get help. Love from across the pond. I stayed up to 2 a.m. Thank you, bank holiday. I'm glad you're doing well, ZBD. And mental health awareness, of course, it is not a weakness. I can tell you that from personal experience. Chrissy Lee, thank you for the $10. You're awesome. There's Albert J. Smith for $10. Hey, AJ and Wi-Fi's fam, logistics. Teleportation would explain Solar Warden. Duh. By the way, I make beautiful music. Love this channel and binged all of it. Well, send some of your music, Albert Smith. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to go fast. I'm gonna have to speed up the pace.
I know people are asking for one more giveaway though.
But
We
they're
said
asking for it, but they're not going to show up. There's no one's even watching. All right. What's the giveaway word?
quantum
Christina Haynes.
entanglement.
Ooh. I like it.
What?
Quantum entanglement.
I don't know what that is. Maybe you
Quantum entanglement, they've discovered that if you take two protons that are traveling around each other, and even if you separate them to separate ends of the galaxy, they will still work in unison, because it was like they were twins when they were together, and now when they're separate, they still do the same thing. Sorry, it felt like something just fell down my desk, but no. So they're quantumly entangled, right?
Well, that's pretty good. In the chat, they're saying you're just a pretty face with nothing in between your ears, but that's not true. Oof. You
So
feel better
quantum
though?
entanglement, all one word, and then we'll do the drawing. It's a random drawing, and if your name is chosen, you'll go to the Discord and you'll send Victoria a message, and you get a $50 gift card to the Wi-Fi store.
And Jen will send you a complimentary bottle of Afro Sheen. Afro Sheen Wi-Fi is brought to you by Afro Sheen,
Stop.
keeping your curls shiny and wet.
You're so mean.
It doesn't even fit on the screen, quantum entanglement. Look.
I
How
know
do
we
I-
have more than
Oh, my
88 entries. I'm watching.
There. All right, oh my goodness, the typos, I can't even. Oh no, this was a terrible idea. It doesn't even fit. Schrodinger's cat on a cosmic scale. Oh, the chat likes Jen's explanation.
Well, thanks.
Oh, Doe, I spelled it wrong. Hang on. Quantum, that's right. Entanglement.
No, you didn't spell it wrong.
I think I got it. Chief meteorologist. Because he's like with the kidneys and the pee-pee, right?
Yeah.
All right.
On like YouTube.
The Hecklefish plush, yeah, that's
coming.
coming. Well, Scott says she's smart. Typos are going to drive AJ crazy. I mean, that they drive me crazy, but they're funny. Room Word Gaming says you got it, but I was too drunk to type it right. Moody Mongol lizard people are blocking the truth in chat. That's true. Oh, James MacArthur, he's got it. Oh, I lost it. James MacArthur put in all one word, Victoria foot massage.
I think people are having a hard time spelling this one because
Jeff Gonsa goes with Quentin Tinglement. That's not right.
oh, that's funny.
Control.
Wendy Sky would like Jen to teach us a little bit about string theory next.
String theory hurts my brain. It has to do with the levels of the universe being in sheets and then connected with strings. No, that's how it is. I watch TV. Okay, you do a quick explanation of string theory then.
Edward, Victoria foot massage. Even that joke is misspelled. But so is the word Edward. So Jordan Brock, a spelling bee of 10,000 people. Chief meteorologist Quentin Teratonement. That's not it. Oh, Colorado Kid wants Jen to talk about singularities next.
Quantum Leap, great show. I'm not.
Oh, Big Bin Wang, scrotum entanglement. That's not right. That's wrong. Kumquattlement is not correct. Very, very funny. Quanto tongue munt. That's not gonna work. Jen, what's a tongue munt?
I don't know.
I
Quack
don't
or
like the way it
tinklements.
sounds. You
Somebody just said
say it.
squalid basement.
No, tongue munt.
No, I'm not saying that. He spelled it right that time.
No, he didn't. He wants a foot message.
Oh, for this.
Kumquatment.
Kumquatment. He got it. No
There.
message.
No.
Quato manglet. That's not gonna work. Squat tinkler. That's not right.
Now it all looks like it's spelled wrong. Now when you stare at a word.
What the hell is a tongue punch fart box?
No, don't. Just don't. You need to put on a different one. Oh,
Punch
Not
ring
that
weary. What are they? Dickerson.
no,
I think it's getting late.
dare you.
it is getting late.
What does this even say?
Smitty Werbin,
No,
Jaeger,
don't.
Min-
Read it in your brains first. Don't just say what they put. You know how Helen is. She's filthy.
I read it. It doesn't say anything weird. It's just a bunch of words smushed together.
It doesn't?
No.
Well, what's a tongue punch in your firebox?
Stop. Stop. I know it's late, but there still could be youngins on the stream.
Well, tell me my new nickname is going to be Squaddle Tingler. Who's my little Squaddle Tingler? All right, we're going to put that on a mug next. Winner
Oh
gets,
my God.
Victoria comes over and she'll give you a Squaddle Tingler.
Professor Broke said John Jacob Quantum Heimer Schmidt.
Oh, his name is my name too.
Right. Swaddle Tingler. my
There's
God.
Tiffany, there's Chuckles, there's Big Zan, there's Tech, there's Hans, there's Heather F, Pebbles, Will, Stephanie, Oricom, Venture Aquatics, Lincoln Stern. Not Your Mom is the Squaddle Tingler of the night.
Yay!
Some of these I can't even read.
Don't
Okay.
move along with that one.
I hope that's Fistable. Of course, everything that we do here is Fistable.
Wait, is that the winner?
Yes.
Yeah, the winner's Not Your Mom.
Not your
I
mom.
missed it.
So Not Your Mom. I hope you're ready for a delicious foot massage. So just jump on the Discord and make sure you send Victoria a picture of your feet. She needs to see her feet in advance. So tops and bottoms, we got to see what those scary bottoms look like.
Please
That's
don't.
right.
Please.
Well, we can't have her rubbing nasty
She's not
feet
going to be rubbing anybody's
with
feet.
fungus or nails or weird stuff on there.
No, she's not going to be rubbing anybody's feet.
Oh gosh.
But they will get a $50 gift card to the Wi-Fi store, which is awesome. No,
No, it's not.
Okay.
Jeez.
Just go back to the super chats, please.
No.
Foot massage entanglement.
Just no. I have to listen to this enough on Discord.
No, let's just move now. Let's move along.
All right, congrats, Not Your Mom.
Yay!
Hope you enjoy that foot massage. Hope keep your tootsies nice and soft. and creamy. All right, 138. I've got 41 minutes to get through 138 super chats. Here we go. Albert J. Smith, hey Jay and Wi-Fi House fam. Oh, I already read this. That's Albert. That's screwing up my time. Restart the clock. Restart the clock. Dave Shank for $10. Captain Dave here, the pilot who sends pics of his fistable Wi-Fi bugs from the cockpit. Great episode. Question: any relation to the amazing World War II P-51 fighter pilot ace Don Gentili? No relation. No relation to Don. I thought he was the power hitter for the Reds. Is it someone else? Let me ask Jen. She knows her baseball history.
No, I think it was just a coincidence.
Just a coincidence. Now, Dave, your picture is up on the Wi-Fi in the wild page. I would call it up now, but we're under the gun. Journey's End. Did you see Linda Moulton Howe get upset with Kurt Jemungel for giving the lightest of critical questioning? She rage quit the interview. I didn't see that. Oh, I got to check that out. And shame on her. Especially she comes from traditional hard news. She wasn't always the UFO lady. I think she won a Peabody or something. So for her to get upset for critical questioning, that's what she went to school for. I got to look for that for Linda Howe. But still, a lot of respect for Linda. She's amazing. Jeff Holland, thank you for that tip. There isn't a flat earther who didn't strongly believe in the globe at one point. Just saying. That's true. That's true. But go on BitChute or go on Rumble and search for flat earth and just let it wash over you for a couple hours. It's amazing. Fed is back for PSA HemiSync works. Have had significant positive experiences since I started after watching that episode.
Yeah, but what else can happen with HemiSync?
So I have to get through these, but I need to explain. HemiSync is it's from our Gateway Project episode a couple of weeks back. It's listening to two different tones in your ears. And what your brain does is it takes the difference of the tones, the delta, and lets you hear that frequency, which you normally wouldn't be able to hear. For example, 100 hertz in one ear, 104 in the other, allows your brain to hear 4 hertz. Well, HemiSync lets your brain achieve different states of consciousness. And if you can get that far, travel to other dimensions. I've been listening to the tapes. So far, I've only fallen asleep, and I think I got a headache. But still, if I get to other dimensions, I'll let you know. And if you get high enough, you can travel through time. Stroll Outdoors had a classified plane at a base during a deployment. 4,000 people there while it took off during the day, flew over tents, and it was never leaked. Yep, 100%. 100%. And we're hearing that from our military folks because that's how you're wired, man. Truth and honor. Aljo MC, 5 pounds. You need to do one on the third secret of Fatima. Yeah. There's a couple of other stuff I can roll in with that one. But it's a good story. It's debunkable, but it's a good story. Bailey Red Wine, Terry's back. Watched on
Cha-ching, baby!
watched on Patreon yesterday, and it's one of my favorite topics. It's always so difficult to tell who's truthful about involvement. Dr. Michael Salla has books on Solar Warden and something called 20 and Back program. Oh, Bailey. We just found out he's basing his books on Corey Good's false testimony. I'm still going to read it because I like good sci-fi. Jacob Hallenberger, Amber Room episode. Maybe it's kind of aggressive, Jacob, but people have asked for that one. What does that say? Fist Valley? Fast Philly. I got fists on the mind. If you question the Earth being a globe, take flying lessons. My instructor pilot husband is shaking his head over here. First of all, Fast Philly, we were just having a bit of fun. I'm not a flat earther. Second of all, the curvature of the Earth is because of the filament. Everybody knows that. You tell him I said so. Professor Broke, have you ever looked into the Kelly Hopkinsville, Kentucky encounter? Pretty wild story. I have that one on the list, Professor. That is a good one. Manfred Kampf, interference syndrome. I don't know that one. I mean, do I need to Do we need to make this live stream 5 hours? Is that what we're deciding? Susan, we caught her looking. I mean, I put her up there in advance of asking the question because I knew what she was going to do.
Yeah, but you might have to go a little over tonight just because 10,305 people are hanging out and we've got
Why?
130 to go through yet.
Well, tell Victoria that she's got to stay for 5 hours.
I don't say go 5 hours, but you could go.
We'll go 5. Thank you, Susan Powers. It's very generous of you. Totes Bagoats is there. Why isn't Applebee's giving you sponsor money? I don't know. They're not giving me any sponsor money, but they did give me diarrhea. Jason Knight, $5. Unsure if Solar Warden is real, but it would make a great Top Gun sequel. It would. It would. Tom will be doing those till he's 70. Vegas bomb with a 0. Great episode tonight, guys. Y'all talked about the nations having to cooperate for this. What if that's what they're doing down in Antarctica? Wouldn't even be possible to launch from there. I think it would. I think it would. And there's, I mean, that's one of the longest lasting international treaties I think that I can think of is the Antarctica Treaty. It's the only one anyone follows. Justin Watkins is back. What's the benefit of keeping aliens a secret? I understand keeping the technology secret, but aliens? Why keep them hidden from the public? Why would aliens try to stay hidden from the public? I don't know why aliens would try, Justin, but according to the like Project Blue Book and some of the leaked NASA documents, it's because there would be a panic. There was a lot of religious concerns that aliens would shatter people's religion, but since nobody believes in God anymore, I think we're fine. Aaron Ward, what about the photos taken from the ground? Plus, remember, they hid the CIA covered that up about the Kennedy assassination. They did, Aaron. You're right about that. Puke Skylark. Funny how normies will say conspiracies are impossible because people would talk, but then they brush off all potential whistleblowers as lunatics. You're right, man. 100%. Spartan 706, what, in your opinion, is the strongest evidence for alien life? I don't really have an answer, Spartan, except for UAPs. That's the only evidence we can point to.
The moon. How about the moon? The moon shouldn't even be there. We don't know. There's way more evidence that the moon isn't real than it is real. I mean, we don't know how it was created. There's some crazy theories that things smashed into the earth and it came out of it, like we birthed the moon. Then it would be
that's the official scientific theory.
And it landed right in the
exact hypothesis.
It landed right in the exact spot that it's a quarter away from us as where the sun is, so it could give us full eclipses. It's tidal locked. I mean, it's crazy. There's way more evidence that it's not real and that it's not designed by a different intelligence than that it is real. So I think that's the strongest evidence for alien life.
Well, Gino's got a point, Spartan. And if you haven't seen the Hollow Moon episode, a lot of what Gino just talked about is there. But he's right. It shouldn't be there. The Earth is essentially a binary planet system. We shouldn't have a moon. We've never found another planet with a moon system like ours in our solar system or any solar system, which I think we're up to 3,500 exoplanets now. Still nothing like it. Mischief loves the new beer steins. Well, you know what's the best way to show that you love the beer stein? Buy them. Bingo. Bingo. Joe Fall, $5. What do you think we have? What do you think we have Space Force now? Why do you think we have Space Force now? I hate to give a cynical answer, but I'm not 100% sure. I think it's just to waste money. But officially, we know what they're there for is to whatever the hell they do. LoJack 505, great show. Hecklefish was hilarious tonight. You have too many tape rolls on your stripper pole. Gonna make it hard to do the spins. Just saying. But Jen could make it work. B4B's back. I want to buy Jen's t-shirt. We go to shop.thewildfiles.com. It's called Camp Greenfoot. It's up there right now. And I appreciate the support, B4B. CD, there's no CD's nuts. I got it. Look up the YouTube channel. John Leonard Walson. He has magnificent images of the moon showing absolutely massive structures and various flying anomalies. This is not an exaggeration. I know it's not CD's nuts. I don't know if you were listening earlier, but I did a 10-minute pitch on going to John's channel. Amazing pictures. Happy Buttons Creative. Thank you for $5. Is it just me or did Hecklefish sound different tonight? Is he getting over a cold? I don't know. He sounded the same to me. Chris Continued is back. I wonder if the $2 trillion had vanished from the U.S. budget went to something like this. The records for that spending were coincidentally in part of the Pentagon destroyed on 9/11. I didn't hear that particular part, Chris, but I wouldn't doubt it. As you mentioned earlier, the Pentagon can lose money, can waste money, and they can just fill in the blank. I think it's called an adjusting entry.
Well, you do journal entries in QuickBooks, but like that's not the best way to. I mean, you should always have, whatever goes in, anything that goes in or goes out should balance each other.
Well, why is the Pentagon allowed to just write numbers in if they're wrong?
Well, they shouldn't be able to. That's very poor accounting principles.
It's poor accounting principle. Well, if they
Yes.
keep wasting that money, you're going to start to see some inflation. Nancy J, thank you for the 11 Canadian. The only movie I recall about motorcycles with rockets being shot was Megaforce with Barry Bostwick. That was a great one too. They weren't wearing standard uniforms, but bodysuits. Different, but kind of funny overall. Megaforce was a great one. Paul's back, $5. Daniel Boner is a hard name to say.
Whoa, this is one smart human. Are you sure you're not pot goldfish?
XXX. I just want to say I appreciate everything you're doing. As a former abduction victim as a teenager, it is so nice to see this topic being so mainstream now. Wow.
Wow.
Email us your story, man. I'd like to hear that. Cards 96, $5. Thank you for mentioning OMF. I was one of the lowly co-admins over there until it shut down. Thanks for the support, Cards. Brian Parker's here. Large Hadron Collider merges multiple dimensions, hence Mandela effect. Higgs boson switched multiple people across dimensions. Jen looks dubious, but I like it. I like it. RB Rudolph RB. Love the White Files logo, but can't help but see it as WTF. I think both work well. That was intentional, RB. I'm glad that you got that. Justin B loves the show. The wife and I watch every week. Luminous Layering and Reagan Diary entries are intriguing. They are. Reagan's Diary, that book is very interesting, by the way, if you're interested in history and presidential history, and if you're a fan of the Gipper. Stephen Carter, $40. AJ, you guys are great. Keep up the good work. Stay safe. I missed tonight's live event, but looking forward to watching it soon. AJ and Jen, big fan of you both.
Well, that's nice.
That's nice, she says. Cartman, 6900. I love it. He loves everything. It just became privy to your channel about 2 months ago. Can't stop watching. Can you do a video on Skinwalker Ranch? I would have said no, but I'm starting to come around to kind of the stories that have been covered a lot. So should we do Skinwalker Ranch? Do you think that's a good one or no?
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good. It's so-so. It gives a 7 out of 10. CBD 10 pounds. Last desperate attempt to get my previous messages to shout out. I'm just kidding, ZBD. I've read, this is the third one of yours that I've read. So you're all over it tonight. And I appreciate the support and glad we're helping you through a tough time. Scotty Hayden, Great Pyramid K29 site. Interesting. Matthew Howell, remember when Fitbit GPS showed hidden bases in Antarctica? I don't remember that, but I remember Fitbit revealing hidden military installations around the Middle East. That I do remember, but I don't remember the Antarctic. But Matthew, email me that. Toads McGoats is back. What's up with the Weird Al videos from 83? Did he have videos in 83? Another one rides the bus, maybe in 83. Although Edith might have been 83. 83 was his first tour. I know, I was there. Were you there? That was the bottom line.
No, I wasn't at that one.
Did you see Janine Gentili here at Super Chatting earlier?
I did. I was the
She
one
was
that
at that
started
show as
one.
well. She was at that show as well.
No, I didn't ever see a live Weird Al show until you took me to see him. I think at the Pantages is where we went the first time.
And did you like it?
Loved it. Loved it.
She loves Weird Al. What is up, Dub Files team? Love the Night Court intro. What if once in a while we see Hecklefish, Mrs. Files, or another Dub Files team member lowering the chair to start a video? Could be. Could be. Maybe we'll have Victoria do it. Maybe she'll give Jen a foot massage. I have a feeling if we did that video, that would get a lot of clicks. Lot of clicks.
Don't even start.
If you
Don't
think,
even
if you
start
think
it.
Jen's fingers are long, you should see the toes. Yikes. Farrar Drums is back $10. Also, I will be gone next week, heading to Toronto, Canada, doing the CN Tower WWF Nature Climb Elite Run. So I'll miss your show. Some green for next episode and events. Appreciate all you do. Thanks, Farrar, and good luck in your race. Johnny Squire, Carpe Noctem. Thanks for all you and Hecklefish do. Seize the night.
Seize the night.
Seize the night. Brooklyn Kaiju, big fan of the channel and what you do. I have a question regarding Hecklefish. Have you ever talked about how he was made? Like what techniques go into production wise? Also love the newest episode. I think is casting call and screen test.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah,
what
I mean,
he's
he just
talking
showed up
about.
to our casting
What is he-
call for.
I have
the
no
co-host.
idea what's going on right now.
I don't. Yeah, he just answered a casting call, reached out to his agent and booked. Jacob Hallenberger, $10 episode in the Amber Room. Didn't I just read yours, Jacob, or is that someone else with the Amber Room?
It was him, but he did too. Like the last one just said Amber Room. So I guess he super chatted more and just added a couple of other words.
The
People
chat is
don't realize
asking to
I'm
see.
just
The
telling
chat's
everybody-
asking to see your toes.
What?
You notice in Discord, feet are always coming up, right? A bunch of
Yes.
fetishes. Disgusting. This gross. Disgusting. John Mickles. Thank you for another amazing episode. Joined Patreon. Was pleasantly surprised by the early episode drop. Love my Wi-Fi's hat, phone case, and Hecklefish shirt. You and your team are awesome. Send pictures of those to me, John. Oh, sorry. It's just I'm reading so fast, and then the coffee and all the air, and I don't know why anyone watches this, but I appreciate the support, John. I really do. And early episode drop. If I can get it together, those will drop a lot sooner than 8 hours earlier. Just supposed to be a few days earlier. Fat boy 78, $5. Bird stands at the.
What? He's gonna sneeze. Bird stands at the gates of Arlington, our nation's greatest cemetery. Not Grant, not FDR, not Washington. Bird. Wonder why. It's interesting. Yeah, he was a really
It is
cool dude.
interesting. I didn't know that, but I can tell that Bird is probably more decorated than any of those men, including Washington. Certainly more than FDR. What did that guy ever do? The dude 087 $10. Hey, AJ, would Gino ever do lives on Discord for Patreons about conspiracy theory stuff? Maybe Friday nights? That'd be fun. Matt and Reagan and my ferret Loki say hi. Yeah, Gino will start doing weekly Discord.
Well, we almost do them daily anyway. I mean, I'm on there listening to people's stories all the time. And if someone has a story to pitch me, either for the Y-Files or not even for the Y-Files, if it's a personal story that they want to get over to the team, we discuss these things when we're having our team meetings. So even if it's something that doesn't make it to the Y-Files as a Y-File, we still are really interested in the stories of the community. So we do that almost every day over there, and I am on there often. But doing a scheduled one, if people would show up, I'd be all for it. Again, if you could convince me, then I'll move it along to the team.
There you go.
Yes,
Just got to convince Gino and he'll move it along.
that's right.
All right.
Gino loves talking about all of it. Sergio Gonzalez for $9.99. Mr. Y-Files, I don't think you understand how much of a treasure this channel is. Inevitably become a legendary archive. Doesn't matter how old the story is. Thank you, Sergio. We really appreciate that. AJ gets a little embarrassed to read some of the comments just because he doesn't want people to think that he's just like bragging about the channel or fawning on himself. So thank you very much for that. Let me see. What else we got here? Obi Don code Nobi for $20. Keep doing what you do. Love it. Thank you very much. We love it too. It's this has been an amazing couple of years, and you guys make all this possible for us, and we really appreciate everybody so much. Thank you. The Truth is Out There for $4.99. Great JFK assassination information in Family of Secrets by Russ Baker. Connects lots of people. Also, find JFK to 9/11. It's all a rich man's trick. Truth is Out There. You know, it's one of those things where if we get to the point where we can start putting up original content on other channels, we can talk about a lot of this stuff. JFK and 9/11 and all those things we can't really talk about on YouTube. It'll tank the channel for sure. Because America for $10, dude, that's not professional, needs to be on a mug with the background of Mr. Naughty. I'd love to walk around the office sipping from that mug and making uncomfortable eye contact with my coworkers. I love that idea.
I love it.
Write that down. We will write that down.
I love picturing Because America just making uncomfortable eye contact. I love it.
Mm-hmm. I'll keep going.
Greetings, travelers. Prepare yourselves. Everything you know is about to change. Again. What do you think is going to happen?
I mean, you know.
I agree. Neil Buttacavoli. Have you thought about doing a video on the O'Hare Airport UFO sighting back in 2006? That's a great sighting, but that's pretty much the whole story, right? The UFOs over the runway. I remember the tower sees it, the pilots see it. Nobody wants to say anything. Like, do you see that? I think you see it, but I don't know what else to do besides, the whole event took 60, 90 seconds. It's a great UFO story. There's even a picture of it, if I recall. Maybe we could do little short ones, Neil. Little quickies. Manfred Kampf is back.
Oh, thanks for the tip, Ewan. Here's a tip for you. Don't eat clams in July.
Edward Charlton's here. You're thinking of Megaforce. That was Barry Bostwick with the Rocket Fire motorcycles. Yeah, I mean, you get those confused, but both solid flicks. I think you'd agree. Steven, please have Roger Spur on your show. I don't know Roger Spur, but let him know. Xavion Davis, what's the elephant cage, if you know any knowledge?
Is anybody getting this?
I don't know that one, but send tips line with something I can look into. Skinny Cartman, so-called aliens are actually demons or the Watchers. I hope you're wrong about that, but you might be right. The 6'2" super mutant nerd, Mandela effect. Publishers Clearinghouse checks, right? Publishers Clearinghouse never did the sweepstakes.
Did? With Ed McMahon? They totally did.
They did.
No, they totally did. And they showed up to people's houses with the big check.
Nope.
I worked at Publishers Clearinghouse back in the early 90s, and I could swear Ed McMahon was part of it. And I worked at the building in Long Island.
He was.
He
And
was.
He would go.
But no one's going on Google. You're just gonna, all three of you are just gonna be like outraged. You're not gonna go on Google.
I know what they say because he was with America's I forgot the name of it, America's something magazines, but I could still swear it was Publishers Clearinghouse, and we, as a worker there, we used to talk about it.
Never happened.
Yes, it did.
What?
Well, Jen will confirm it. Go ahead.
Oh, it says he was a spokesman for American Family Publishers, but
Have you
What
ever heard of
about
Have you ever heard of American Family Publishers before this very moment?
Nope.
no, but like the balloons, and he'd come to people's house. There's a picture here on Pinterest of him with a woman and a big check and balloons.
And Publishers Clearinghouse?
Well, I
It
don't know
was-
if this is Publishers Clearinghouse, but
That's Mandela effect. It never happened, but everyone could swear. Doc5758. I think Jenna Victoria should have a more active role on the podcast. There you go. That's for you. Eric Bishop, 99.99.
I'm a fish, I'm a lover, I'm a freak. In the covers, I'm a swimmer, I'm a saint. I do not feel ashamed.
My comic Y-Files mug. It's gotta be. Is that one? Is this the one? Came along with our toddler's Hecklefish shirt. We love it all. Love the channel. Love the Discord community. Show is awesome. The ripple effects of the show are as good as better. Thank you for all your hard work. I appreciate that, Eric. Hope to see you on Discord. And if you could send us a picture of your toddler Hecklefish shirt, it just melts my little heart. Thomas Russo Esquire, $100.
Whoop-de-doo! Thank you for that juicy tip, human.
Another great episode. Hard to imagine that the U.S. does not have a top secret outer Earth defense program, and that's fine by me. Hecklefish comic relief on point. Big ups from Strong Island. If anything, Thomas, we need to have some type of defense system for asteroids instead of like crashing satellites into them every 20 years. Let's work on that. There's Marty Van Nest. Thank you for the $9.99. Jacob Hallenberger's back. We need episodes on Cicada 3301 and the Amber Room. Amber Room keeps coming up, so maybe I'll look into that a little further. Cicada's on the list. I almost started it, but there was some drama going on Twitter with a crazy person about Cicada. But I think he's dead now, so we're probably fine. Melissa Taylor ordered my Mel's Hole shirt, and it's a Y-Files thing shirt today. Just got my Hecklefish stickers. That's awesome, Melissa. Prophet End of Times, 666. Are you ready for the coming cosmological shifts? Are you ready, Jennifer? She's not ready. Are you ready, Victoria, for the cosmological? All right. We're ready.
Ready.
We're ready. I mean, every time I look at the news, I keep wondering why the asteroid isn't here yet. Stuart Donald, $2. Have you looked into the case of Ettore Majorana? I have not, Stuart, but email me or put that in the tips line. Let me put the link down there so you guys have it. This one, here we go. So that'll take you to a page where you can submit your tips, and the more information you can put in there, the better. Paul's back. Message held for review times 1,000. Sorry to hear that, Paul. Sunny A, $10. Thanks. I now have intrusive thoughts when I see a mug. I'm like a cat with something near the edge of a desk. I can't help it. I came here for the lizard people and walked away with problems.
that is fantastic because that is such a perfect picture. Like mental picture, the cat near the edge. Oh, that's so good. You just want to come shove your fist in somebody's mug. Oh.
Don't you just walk around the house like shoving your fist into stuff now? Just to see if it could fit?
No.
Keep it fistable. Pliant Gray Matter Society. Thank you for the $50.
Well, I'll be a son of a fish. That's a nice tip.
I heard the Art Bell claim live on the show, and that he and his wife were witnesses to a large, silently propelled black triangle moving across the sky near his high desert home. I don't remember that one, Pliant Gray Matter, but I'm going to look for that show. If you remember that show, email me that. I'll check that out. I mean, if you're not a Coast to Coast member, you got to go do that, right? It's worth the $5 a month. Genesis got our mugs, fisting them as we speak. There's Patreon too. Wish we could send more, but launching our mystery comic channel next week. Congratulations.
Nice.
Finally, you won't have to read our old name anymore. What's that? And make sure you don't get those knuckles too chafed. Fez M. Hey, Agent Heckle, my girlfriend Kaylin now calls me Snicklefish. Do you think Bigfoot is real? I do not. I do not think Bigfoot is real. Marty plays. Hey, have you ever looked into giants and supposed giant skeletons found in different parts of the world? Love the show. That's on the short list, Marty. Those are coming. A lot of stories about giant skeletons. Sorry, I'm going fast. We have 11 minutes left. If I don't get to you, I'm sorry. I did my best. Steely, $5. If you had a chance to join a global space fleet flying around space, protecting the planet, would you go for it? Even if you couldn't tell anyone? I would. I'm gonna have to get over my fear of heights, but aside from that, I would totally do it, especially if I had laser guns. Love laser guns. Todd Forsyth. We got our Hecklefish for President mug yesterday. This one. Anyone can get these, by the way. Shopped at thewildfiles.com, and they're not $250. These are $16. The beer steins are $250. Don't buy that. That's crazy. Don't do it. We got our Hecklefish President mug. So what's with this obsession with Mel's Hole? Since about to receive a verbal waterboarding, can you guys give a shout out to Melanie, please? LOL. Hey, Melanie. We're just, Mel's Hole is just, everyone is always wants to know what's going on inside Mel's Hole.
Everyone is obsessed with Mel's Hole. People keep throwing stuff in it.
By the way, Mel's Hole is 100% fistable. Kiwi Quarters, thank you for the $10. How about a roundup of all the Bigfoot DNA supposedly uncovered by these investigative shows? Unknown primate, unknown human, no consensus. I'd love to know more, Kiwi. I don't believe that they have found any Bigfoot DNA, but I'd love to check that out. Farm Dad Word Barf. Have you done much on Randall Carlson on this new or rediscovered energy tech? There's a Jerry episode that's not getting released because of some controversy. I haven't heard that. Maybe Gino knows that. I remember Randall Carlson talking about the free energy thing months ago, saying that it's coming out next month. And that was months ago. And on this live stream, someone brought it up and said, hey, are you ready for the Randall Carlson energy thing next month? And I said on this live stream, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
I remember that episode where Randall Carlson did say the info was coming out within 2 weeks, and there was some guesses to what it could have been. I don't remember what they are, but that is a question I would like to find out the answer to.
But I haven't heard that there's a Rogan episode not getting released because of controversy. Joe releases anything; he doesn't care about controversy.
Yeah, I'll be out there this month, so I'll ask.
Oh, there we go. Big name drop, Argito. Going to see Rogan this week. Chip Snyder, have you researched NASA removed from Internet Pioneer 1011 Discovery of Planet 10, its effect on Earth's cataclysms? Younger Dryas, Matthew LaCroix with Randall Carlson, please do. It's the Algorithms t-shirt. That's a great t-shirt, Chip. You got a lot going on in there, and send it in the tips line so I remember, but I'm looking Planet 10 we're going to cover. Cataclysms, Younger Drives, we cover a lot. Matthew LaCroix, I don't know that well, but Randall we just talked about. He's coming. Silent Dusk is back. I'm a Wi-Fi-lian. Wi-Fi-lian t-shirt. What would she charge for that? $85? $150? What is she on commission now? There she is. She's stunned. Unknown user. I watched the After Files because I have an old man crush on Jen. She's adorable. Keep up the good work. Love you all.
Hi, unknown user.
No, don't do that because he'll fistable. The Tenacious Thief. Look up Dr. Mary's Monkey. It's a book about the corruption in Louisiana. You'll love it. It's scary. Hang on. I'll just do a quick note. I'm writing The Tenacious Thief, but I can't buy that one. The Mary's Monkey. Area Sherman. Okay, got it. Got you. 6.5 minutes. We're going to do it. John Doe, $5. Have you seen the comment on the original video from the guys stating the McKinney and his cousin? If you have followed up with him.
Oh, okay. Now things are making sense. Yeesh.
Video from the guy stating the McKinney is his cousin. If you have you followed up with him?
Did you do a video with somebody's last name McKinney?
Gary McKinnon?
Maybe. I guess somebody must have said in the comments that was his cousin.
And you don't believe it's a simulation, huh? How about this comment? You should do a show on the e-meter that Scientology uses.
Well, Yeah, I talked about the e-meter because you showed that ridiculous Russian time travel mirror.
It doesn't
It's
matter
like-
why. The simulation doesn't care how he arrived there. Simulation just connects things. And you
Well-
you had talked about the e-meters in Scientology for the first time in years. And here's the comment.
Wow.
So simulation 1, Gen 0. Eric Cothran, we have Lizard Man in Bishopsville, South Carolina. Look it up. Lizard Man. I mean, I like lizard people better than Bigfoot. Lizard Man, Bishopville. Oh yeah, there it's coming up. Lizard Man of Scape or Swamp. There's pictures of him. Pictures of him even. Legend of the Lizard Man. I mean, there's pictures of him, but it's clearly a dude in a lizard suit. I mean, lizard people. I mean, deltoids like this. I don't have. I gotta keep moving. I can't talk about the lizard people muscles right now. Stacey Tate, homesteading in the suburbs. If you could recommend one episode to someone, which one should tell them? Depends on the person, Stacey. If they like the wacky stuff, Mel's Hole's pretty good. If they're a little bit more, I don't know, sciencey focused, simulation theory is good for them. So I would go with those two. If they like to be scared, the Adam and Eve story is a pretty scary one. Shadow people too. You'll find it. Recommend your favorite. Mike Willis just bought my diamond beer stein.
Yeah.
How much do those cost?
$250.
$250.
Thanks.
You
for
know
the
what?
support.
I
Thank-
hate to say this to you, but the number of viewers is going up. It's not going.
They better not. We're wrapping up in 3.5 minutes.
10,529 people say different.
Brian Davis, $200.
Ooh, thank you for the tip. This human knows what's up.
My wife is having a merch idea. Future Mrs. Hecklefish or future ex Mrs. Hecklefish. Another great episode. It'd be a cool mug to have future on like one half, and then the other half is future X.
Oh,
That'd be fun.
That's funny. I'm writing it down.
That's funny. There they go. Mikey O, $5. I'm new here. Love the show. Have you ever looked into Chad Kalak and his movie Phantom Rider? I don't know about those, Mikey, but I'm writing them down. Chad Kalak. Oh, there he is. There he is. Phantom. Yep, Phantom Rider. Got it. Phantom Rider. Oh, pretty new. Paranormal investigator. All right, I'm on it. Paralyzed Power 1998. Help me get my son's picture to y'all. I need a link. I've bounced around YouTube to Discord to Patreon. My son wants to be on the wall. He's got a shirt and the mug in the pic. Go on the, let me just show you. It's easy enough. It's only going to take a minute. I know we're running a little late. We're going to be fine. Is it this one? No, it's the Phantom Rider. Hang on. Is it this one? No. All right. So Paralyzed Power, go to the Wi-Files.com. At the top, click Wi-Fi's in the wild, and then you can click this link here to submit your picture. And then that's it. And you show up in the wall.
I love that.
Cat.
Cat. Kitty. He's scratching the back of my chair.
They smile, don't they?
They do.
They smile.
Oh, speaking of cat.
Oh, look at this one.
Oh, that is so cute. Where do you think you're going to
He's a dinosaur.
Oh, you want to play with this?
So Paralyzed Power, that's how you get those into us. Cat. You get it. You get it. Angela Banger Zone. Keep doing what you're doing. You keep doing what you're doing. Don't worry about what I'm doing, Angela. You do what you're doing. The Throck, thank you for the $20. Oh, we got 45 seconds to get through 46 comments, Freedom Seeker $5. Research Mary Celeste. It's Wi-Fi's worthy. Also, a great video this week as always. There's not enough in there for a full one, Freedom Seeker, but we're going to wrap Mary Celeste, and I think with a couple of other ghost ships like the Amangadang, the Rangamadan, you know that one, and a couple other ships like that. Will with something with an A. Did you ever watch The Edge of Wonder? They got off YouTube and started their own subscription service, but they talked a lot about the secret space program. I don't remember that channel. Did they get off of YouTube, or were they forced off? I love your scarf.
Thank you. Isn't it nice?
You get down. I need
He's-
to beat him when I get home. He's bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yolande Gingras says stoners for Wi-Files. Hanging loose. Charles, $20. Great episode, Wi-Files team. Always a good time on premiere nights. I still think Hecklefish should host an episode. Oh, I could heckle him. That's a great idea, Charles. Brian Parker. Oh, dang. Just joined Wi-Files Reddit. That's cool. That's our official sub, Brian. Come check out the Discord also. Hey, Paralyze is back. Help! I got a picture you'd love of my son rocking the merch. Need help from the crew. I've tried Patreon, Wi-Fi's, YouTube, Discord, help link. All right, hang on. I told you where to go. Now I'll actually paste the link. How about that? Been hunching over the desk for 4 hours is making my belly chafe, which is it's not a good look to have a chafing belly. Which it says a few things about my belly. What are you laughing at? How dare you? You stand up. Let's see your belly.
No.
Jenna Suisse is back. Arc Punk Comics will be covering Sophia and the Archons, Atlantis, Ash Record. All right, I got the plug. I got the plug. We got it. Everyone go check out the Jenna Suisse. They're gonna cover all that stuff. I feel you. Casey Jones. Okay, we're gonna do the Matt's nuclear thing. LOL. Kyle, what's his name?
Longwood.
Yeah, I knew Victoria gonna be all over it. I live in the Panhandle. Well, I ride my bike to work there. There are 10 solar cameras filming all traffic. It's a flock camera. Please look into it. I'm a busy widow with my daughter, so no time. You get right on it. She's busy, so if you don't mind.
I'm writing it down.
Thank you. There you go. She's on it. Squirrel Master, wow, thanks for the 49.
Ooh, mamacita. Thanks for the tip, human.
Killed it as usual. This is not professional to do that. Killed it as usual, team. Art Bell was great when a true weirdo would call in. Several times I remember him calling BS. Some of the funniest content. Love the idea of having guests on the After Files. Don't mess with weekly Wi-Files is perfect. I agree, Squirrel Master. I don't know if it's perfect, but it's fine. But yeah, Art was good with the weird ones. He was never disrespectful, but he would let him have it. Drew Camp, what's the craziest conspiracy you think is true? You know who to ask it, Gino. What's the craziest one that's actually you think is actually true? I agree, 100%, 100%. Pumice Stone, what about those luminous images? Validated? The technique has been validated, but it's also been replicated. So it's up to you. Check out John's YouTube channel. It's very interesting. Alicia Ellis, somebody needs to mention how freaking beautiful Victoria's hair looks.
Thank you. Okay, that's good. Thanks.
RC, thank you so much for this topic. Can you do an episode on the Honorable Paul Hillier's testimony about UFO citizens' hearings on UFO channel refers? Put that in the tips line, RC. I'll definitely look into that for you. We've got we're 4 minutes over. Still got 30 to go. Love the research separating the wheat from the chaff and all these stories we know and love. Were you more of a skeptic or a believer in your life? I'm probably more of a skeptic, Io White, but I'm a skeptic who wants to believe. I love the stories, but I really would just prefer to know the truth. Dark Abispo. Love the last video. What happened to the guy who used the telescope to create composite images and saw stars or spaceships? He was in tonight's episode. That was John Leonard Walson. Check out his channel. Very interesting. John Dark, keep up the good episodes. I'm going to try. I think they're fine. They're not great. Edwin's here. Would you ever consider doing sea stories? You folks are amazing, and you make Thursday nights with pizza a fun night. Yeah, we'll do sea stories. If you have some suggestions, Edwin, put them on the tips line. And what do you think about pizza?
Oh, I love pizza.
How have you been doing with your diet?
Good.
Is
So
there,
it's
is
6
there
days.
pizza allowed on your diet?
No, pizza's not allowed on paleo. Well, if you get like cauliflower crust pizza, but it's not the same.
It's not the same, is it?
It's not the same. But you get desperate enough, you'll eat cauliflower crust pizza. It's okay.
Yeah, you will. And you know what? After you haven't had pizza for 6 months, it's fine.
You taste it and you're like, this is so good. I'll have pizza for cheat night.
Yeah,
Gina's
I've been
giving a
sticking
thumbs down.
with my diet this week, and it's killing me. Just lean cuisines. That's it.
Can't do it.
Can't do it either. Do you ever talk about the Drake equation and the Fermi paradox? I've covered the Fermi paradox, Michael Short. Drake equations come up here and there, but hard to do a full episode on that. If you don't know, I'm assuming you do the Drake equation. It calculates how many possible civilizations or planets that could support life are in the galaxy. And spoiler alert, it's a lot. David Wertz, $5. Have you ever heard of the CIA and the cult of intelligence, particularly Chapter 6, Propaganda and Misinformation? I have not, but that sounds like my kind of book. CIA and the Cult of Intelligence. Oh, yeah, by John D. Marks. Thanks for that one, David. Buying that tonight. This is the New Mexico Desert Tracer. My dad worked out at Holloman on the T-38 engines. His friend who was older than him told him about the UFO landing on the end of the runway. This is way before the internet. It was. I think that was like 1960. It was 1960 something. The Holloman landing. But there's two pieces of film on it. One is very easy to find, and one is not so easy to find. But they're both out there. But I used them both in the Planet Serpo episode, I think, is where I used those. There's Manny Milo, 55 Canadian.
Oh, thanks for the tip, human. Here's a tip for you. Don't eat the yellow snow.
Good for Canadian. Sorry about the demonetization. It's nonsense. Mrs. Waffles as well to ignore the trolls. Also, nice rock. I've seen smaller championship rings. She's like, oh, stop it.
No,
Oh,
I don't.
stop. Ridiculous. There's Nick. Nothing, just a C note for the till.
Thank you for that tip. Now I can finally join C Harmony and meet the future ex-Mrs. Moriarty.
Paul's back. You have to stay the whole time because of how long it takes you to get super chats. I'm here, man. We're 8 minutes over. Anthony Blacker, who can stay for 15 minutes? My God, are you kidding? I watch every week beginning to end. First time I got the premiere live, though. Glad to be part of the record. Oh, that's awesome, Anthony. You're part of the record. That's exciting. We needed that. But you don't have to stay for this. I mean, why would anyone watch this? I mean, why does anyone? See, I agree. Blank Canvas Life Wanderers. Episode on CERN claims they've discovered the Higgs boson, aka the God particle, in 2012, and Earth was sucked in a black hole, and we don't realize it yet. I love that. I've heard a couple of different spins on that the Earth was destroyed in 2012, and we didn't notice. We're just living in a simulated version of it or something like that. But that would be a good episode, like CERN theories. And that would be another opportunity for Jen to explain some theoretical physics to us. Everyone's become everyone's favorite.
You don't need to be rude about it. I did a good description of quantum entanglement.
I think you did.
I did. So there.
You did, didn't you?
I did.
The Giza Power Plant by Christopher Dunn might be worth a look for an episode. Great idea, Michael. Wait, we covered the Giza Power Plant theory a few episodes back, quite a few. Look for the one about Tesla and the pyramid. I think it's Tesla and the pyramid power. You'll find it. Chris Alvarez, thank you for supporting the channel with $20. Ray J's back, $50.
You $5 more and you get a private dance.
Or a foot massage from Victoria. I tell silly stories and I talk to myself, where do I get a heckle fish? Casting call, and got to pay him double scale. Seven's Requiem. The Secret Space Force program interstellar class ships allegedly are the following: USS Curtis LeMay, USS Rocco Hillenkotter, USS Hoyt Vandenberg. Source: Linda Moulton Howe. I'm going to have to look into that because that's very specific. Sevens. And I like specificity. Marissa Harvey. What's she doing in their avatar? She's so
That's a light
tilted.
behind her.
But she's in an angle. Do you think maybe
I think
one
she
leg is shorter than the other?
I-
You don't think maybe she's got like a weird leg and she's just always tilted?
No, I think probably more likely she tilted her camera when she took the photo.
What do you call an Irish woman with one leg shorter than the other?
What?
Eileen.
Eileen. That's correct. Oh wait, I didn't read that. Which we're too busy making jokes about your bad leg, Marissa, which I hope gets better. I'm late to the chat. Did anyone ask about the Reagan diary? I mean, Reagan wrote it, right? So it wasn't mentioned at the end of the show. No, he wrote it. I mean, it literally hand wrote it. It's not even typed. It's very cool to check out. No one asked about the Reagan diary, but
Oh, tell him about the Hecklefish t-shirt you're hawking.
no, we did enough of that already. But we got the Crab Cat shirt. I think everyone's. Yeah, she got Camp Greenfoot. Oh, I see your belly button.
No, you don't.
I don't know if I answered that, Marissa. I think so. I mean, but yeah, he definitely wrote it. There's nothing weird about it. What he was probably talking about with the 300 people is at the time there was a proposal to put a bunch of people on the shuttle, and it was something like 290 passengers or something like that. And that's probably what he was talking about. Cargo conversion building camp. Great episode as usual. Who just brought a mascot into our channel? A skunk named Stinky. He wants to be friends with Hecklefish. Oh, he's looking for a friend. Mike D's there. I missed last week for the great demonetization. So tripling my normal 501. No questions, your support. Keep it up. Oh, yeah. An episode on the Calvin incident would be worthwhile. I mean, did you see tonight's episode with Calvin? It's a good one. I mean, I don't mean the episode. The episode tonight was fine, but the Calvin UFO incident is very interesting. Becky Ward is back 1999. The whole fam watched as per usual. My little girl even got her friend on the show. By the way, my son wants a show on Oakland Ghost Dog. I don't know about it, but it's one of his favorites. The story has a connection to my hubs, so this was cool. Let me write that down. Oh, the Oak Island Ghost Dog. Let's see if he's making that up. He's not. That's a thing. Okay, cool. Kirk Krempel, thank you for the reality of truthful, thoughtful relief from the constipation of the algorithm. You're very welcome, my friend. Thomas Furman, $49.99.
Oh, thank you for stuffing the old tip jar, human.
First time donator. Thank you for that. Love the channel. Want to believe, me too. Love how you treat everything with a grain or more of salt. Keep going. Hecklefish for president. I want to believe too, Thomas, but I'll always tell you the truth. John the Bassman, the Bassman. Future channels. Who, what, when, where, why, and whole. I like it.
Yes.
There's Jackson Keagle's back. Hey, everyone, I'm
I
multitasking.
brought in the Diet Coke, guys, not a Coors Light. Everybody keeps commenting. This is Diet Coke.
Not a Coors Light. I mean, we used to drink Bud Light, but that's changed. There's John Dark, $20. Would you consider an episode on the use of psilocybin and its use and benefits? I think this could change our society. I agree that it could, John Dark. Can't cover it here because it would promote illegal drug use, which I would never, ever do. Unless you're over 21, then definitely. Charlie V, $20. Thank you for your support. Ashton L, $9.99. Hey, AJ, my dad and I have gotten hooked and love the show. I'm sorry to hear that. We both work at Hanford, part of the Manhattan Project. Cool. There were UFO sightings at most of these locations in 43. Have you heard of these? I have. And wherever there's research about nuclear technology, there's always UFOs. I mean, there's pictures of at least one UFO flying through the mushroom cloud at the test at Bikini Atoll, which is really interesting. So, I mean, if I'm an alien, I'd be looking into that, right? Paul is back regarding the lack of UFO footage. Try to take a photo or video of an airplane with your cell phone. That's not easy unless it's really close. That's true. That's true. That's fair. Oh, Christina Hinks, my favorite name. Hang on. If Rune Lady gets a mug, I need a shirt that says, I like Christina Hinks, name in my mouth. That's very funny. I like Christina Hinks' name in my mouth. I like it.
Yep. There you
What do you like
go.
in your mouth? Ray J, thank you for the $50 to William Bush, only if they're not the ones running the simulation, right? Carrie at Stephen Green, laughy, laughy, laughy. Four words, 4 syllables. First word. He's terrible at charades, isn't he?
Yes.
Well, that's the show. Thanks for hanging out. 16 minutes overtime. I'm sorry about that. Cat, I love your scarf.
Cat.
Is that an ascot?
Yes.
What's an ascot?
2 cheeks in a hole.
2 cheeks in a hole. That's Jen. Thanks for hanging out tonight. Hey, that's Gino. Thumbs up. And there's always Pithy Victoria. She's ready to touch your feet. Thanks for hanging out tonight, everybody. Sorry we ran long. I hope I got to everyone's super chats. I'm sure that I didn't because I'll hear about it in the comments. Super chat. I didn't read my super chat. I gave $1.99. I didn't read my super chats, and I'm sorry if I didn't. But I tried to get to everybody. Went a little long tonight, but I was just so excited about breaking the record. But look, I don't know why anyone watches it, but I'm glad you do. I hope to see you here next week, and probably going to do Mothman. I don't like cryptids, but it's an interesting story. So we'll do that next week, and then we'll gather here for another 4 or 5 hours, and we'll take your super chats. We'll talk about whatever's going on, and Hecklefish will see you out.
Do 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 boop boop do do do. Do 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 boop boop do 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 do. Do 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 do. say the things he truly feels, and not the words of what kneels. Our record shows I took the blows and did it my way. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Let's hear it for the Wild Files House Band. You guys sounded great tonight. And take care of those waitresses, will you? All right. Everybody get home safe. This is Hecklefish. And you know what? I did it my